right, hey everybody. Welcome, welcome. Here we go. Got the live stream. All working here. I hope everybody's doing great tonight. Welcome to the All Out Poker $1 cash game. We live stream every Wednesday night for low stakes action. Low stakes little cash game here. I hope if you guys are new to the channel or you guys are just checking us out, jump into the chat, say hello. We are live streaming over on Kick, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. So we have we're live streaming on the 4 kind of major streaming platforms. And if you guys are over on one of those platforms, say hello in the chat. We have it all kind of combined into one. We'll give you guys a shout out here. Looks like we're moving right into the hand, so we'll go into the main program here.
I have the feeling that I'm forgetting something.
You realize halfway through the game.
Just for Brian.
Always a little bit of a feel.
Oh.
This first hand here, it looks like Tony in the big blind is going to bump it up to $11.
It would be nice.
I'm okay with that, like a $5, we have to pay a $5 penalty.
I thought
And,
yeah.
$5 penalty for everybody. I'm in for that.
Me
And
too.
you have to show your hand, yeah. I'm up for like
It's like Fabian and Jamie are going to call. Jamie's got a nice fun hand here. 10-8 suited of spades and flops the world here. Pair and a flush draw. Gonna get checked over to him on the button. He's gonna fire out $20. Everyone's just gonna get rid of it. See that he would have pretty much missed. We got a queen and a 2 rabbit hunted at the end. Didn't make it there, but Jamie's gonna win that first pot of the night. $143 added in the stack. Everybody typically buys in for $120 for their first buy-in. Cash games, you want to, if you're coming to a cash game, you essentially want to have multiple bullets, right? Multiple buy-ins. If you don't, I don't know, are you playing cash games seriously? Let me know what you guys think about that. But basically everybody's buys in for $120. We do, it's a max of 120 or half the biggest stack at the table. So basically, if somebody ends up getting up to about $300, the buy-in becomes $150, and I can kind of tell what everybody's stack sizes are on my tablet, which is really nice and really helpful on my end. And we end up getting, we always end up having some players and stuff join in later in the game. So usually once players are finished for the night, there's an open seat. Sometimes we end up having players on the waiting list. They come in, they jump in to the stream later on the end, and they can kind of join in, and they can buy in for half the biggest stack, right? So it's really helpful for those players as well, actually jumping into a game when there's bigger stacks on the table. Kind of makes it fair for everybody. So it looks like Fabian here is going to bump it up to $11. Looks like that's going to be the standard size raise here at this cash game. It's only $1 though.
No, it was
quite a large raise when you put it into consideration. It's not going to get anybody to fold. Little typical low stakes game. Looks like we have 6 players headed to this flop. $66 in the middle. There's only hand number 2.
I had to manually.
Wow, Tony hitting trip aces. Fabian hitting trip aces as well. All the aces are out. This could get interesting. Corey ends up having a gut shot. Brian's got a pair of queens with the king-queen here. Tony fires $10, wow, blind to the turn card. He threw that in pretty quick. Trying to build up this pot. Looks like Brian's going to continue here. Wow. Can't believe there's still 5 players in this pot with a paired board like that. $25 bet now from Fabian. He's going to get quickly called from Tony. Ace 2, Ace 2. There's going to be a split pot. They're splitting $166. Hard to believe that pot actually made it up to that size here. There was a couple people that were chasing some gut shots, as well as we ended up seeing Brian had the king-queen, so he had the queen. Which isn't too bad. It's too bad. I see we have somebody jumping in the chat. Lorraine jumping into the chat over on YouTube. Welcome, Lorraine, to the AOP stream.
Yeah. Well, I knew when he bet 25 and you called.
Just getting things started up here. I decided I was going to start it around roughly 8 o'clock today for my local time. And it's more just because, like, we're on one side of the country. We're on the East Coast, or the Atlantic Coast. There's a lot of people that tend to tune in from, like, Alberta and stuff. So, like, yeah, I know the game will probably go on pretty late, but those people can actually tune in at a decent time for their time zone as well. So, just trying to make it kind of nice for everybody. And, I mean, if it gets too late for someone local, they can always just come back and watch it tomorrow. Attila has my favorite hand, the Johnnies. Bumps it up to $12 here under the gun. Not scaring anybody. Guy has pocket tens in the small blind. Corey's got one of the jacks that Till is looking for. Ace high board. Nobody has an ace. $48 in the middle. Tilla fires out an $18 bet.
Yeah, I was gonna say it.
He's gonna make the call here. Oh, these pots are already building up early on. There's a king.
Even when I was in Dominican.
Fabian would have hit his king on the turn.
Check. Hold on up there. I am not being
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
He looking to try to keep the pot small here with the pocket tens.
You raise me with nothing.
Jason,
Sometimes nothing's enough.
that sub over on YouTube. Welcome, Jason, to the AOP community. Thank you for that sub. Peter says everybody loves the chop pot. That's not
You
true.
raise me with nothing. Sometimes nothing's enough.
That's not true, Pete. Not everybody likes the chop pot, especially if the person that was ahead. They usually don't like chopping it up when they would have won if another card came down. Everybody loves the chop pot.
You raise me with nothing.
We got a couple subs.
Sometimes nothing's enough.
Botrix always likes to jump in here at the start. I'm actually turn that off because none of those people are usually here. I don't know why it does that. Turn that off for the first few moments. I'll turn it on here in about 5 minutes.
Call.
No.
Call. 10.
It's looking like we have a $10 bet from Corey. Nobody getting shown any kind of respect here at this cash game. Big multi-way pot. Richard joining in on the fun with the A6 suited. Tony with the King 10. Lorraine with the Jack 10. A lot of the suits that are out there except diamonds. Corey's got the pocket threes. There's the King. Tony ends up hitting his top pair.
Check.
Lorraine.
Check.
He's got a pretty interesting hand. Looking for an 8 for a straight. Big multi-way pot. A lot of the equity is out there. Tony. It's checked over to Tony. Tony's going to fire out $20.
What? Oh, it's on me? Yeah, $20. It's only 20. Everyone's calling. Fold.
Wow. It's looking like Lorraine is going to make the call here. Well, actually, Lorraine, sorry, I just noticed, yeah, Lorraine ends up having the little belly buster. An 8 gives her a straight or a queen.
Check. Check. Check.
Everyone's checking back over to Tony.
You're all expecting Tony to bet.
Tony, $151 in the middle. All these multi-way pots. These pots get big. Tony firing out $25. Lorraine is going to make the call here with the Jack 10, looking for a queen or an 8. So Jamie's going to get out of the way, which is good. It looks like all the 10s are pretty much out there. There's the queen. Looks like Lorraine hits her straight. She's going to $201 in the pot. She's going to go for a bet. Firing out a little $30 bet. I don't know how Tony's going to be able to get away from this one. Betting $30 into a pot of 231 out there.
Call.
Tony's kind of getting the odds to make the call here.
No, get it straight.
Even better. Straight.
Lorraine is going to take down that one. A nice $261 pot. My God, who would think that this is even a 1-1 game? Hard to believe. Very hard to believe. But Lorraine is actually going to be our chip leader so far into this cash game at $296. Attila, 164. 133 for Fabian. The stacks are building up as usual. This 1-1 cash game certainly doesn't feel like a 1-1 cash game. Maybe we'll have to change it up. Some of the players were talking about, just because they loved some of the concepts that we had of our previous stream that we ended up having on Sunday with one of the higher stakes crew. They loved the idea of having a Nick game in play. They felt that it really did spice up the game and everybody was fighting for pots. Maybe adding a possible Nick game to this 1-1 cash game. Let me know what your guys' thoughts are on that in the chat. Look, ooh, Lorraine on a little hot run here. Ace King suited bumps it up to $10. Shannon is gonna make the call here with the King Jack. Pocket nines for Attila in the small blind. He's gonna make the call. Tony's in there with the 5-2. Fabian's got the ham sandwich with cheese. 3-2 suited.
On you.
I don't know, but the anticipation was killing me.
Wow. Tony ends up hitting a pair of fives here. Attila, great flop for Attila. He does have the overpair with the nines, and he's going to check it in the small blind. Tony putting it all in, $51. Pretty much a pot-sized bet. Can't see how Attila's going to fold this one, unfortunately. He's going to have to put it in. Does have the best hands, but there are some players behind him. Does make the call. Lorraine with the ace king suited. Fortunately, completely misses on this flop. But it doesn't. She's grabbing chips. Looks like she doesn't want to fold just yet, but she does make the fold. Shannon is going to fold as well. We got her all-in situation. Attila versus Tony. Oh, there's the clubs. Looks like Attila's pocket nines are going to hold up. Lorraine had made that call. Would have ended up hitting a really nice turn and river. Would have ended up hitting that ace, the jack of clubs. She did have ace king of clubs in her hand. Would have hit the flush draw with 2 overcards and would have nailed the king on the river, which would have gave her the best hand. But in such a multi-way pot, I mean, it's hard to sit there and make a call in that situation. Can't be results oriented like I am on the stream. That's not a good way to look at poker.
I can only get you for 150. Did you want 50 in your pocket, or do you want? Okay.
Tony is going to rebuy.
286 for
Peter says the chat is not showing up on the screen. Very good point. Let me look into that briefly, and I will look at that. Peter, good eye. Peter with the incredible attention to detail. Very important as a poker player. Noticing the chat is not coming up, I will work on getting that fixed. I just I had fix some stuff for the other stream, and I didn't fix it for this one. So we'll work on getting that ready. We got a straddle in play. Jamie has the pocket rockets. It's gonna raise to $12.
Call.
It's like trying to get a couple things here fixed. I had to go back on the tablet. See, going back on the tablet is never too fun.
That's what I thought.
It's looking like Jamie firing out $12. Brian's going to make the call. Tony's going to make the call, as is Guy. Not a good situation for aces getting in such a large multi-way pot.
Shane, do you want to throw your hand on the sensor again? I just had to go back. So.
Shannon's in. Wow, we have 6 ways. That was a $12 bet pre-flop in a 1-1 game, going 6 ways. It's a great flop for aces here. Relatively safe board, but it's time to narrow down the field. Jamie is going to fire out $40. As Tony would say, get it with the riffraff. Although Tony is going to join in, says the riffraff here. I'm part of that. You're not getting rid of me.
Stand up.
Apparently I do, yeah. It might help, yeah.
Looks like Jamie's just going to put it all in here blind. Quorum says, first hand I see 5 limpers. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, it's 50.
Looks like Jamie's going to nail that ace on the turn. What a great spot to just shove blind no matter what.
I'm adding 50.
Okay, you see it?
Jamie says, you want to see it? He's going to show the rockets. Would have hit it. Look at that. A 4th club would have came down on the river. Unfortunately, Tony didn't have a club. But that certainly would have been an interesting river. Would have slowed Jamie down. I don't believe the board was paired there. Let's see if I can get this chat figured out. Fix this URL. There we go. I think that everything should be working now.
I just don't want him to know. Oh, damn it!
Welcome, Corm. So watching over on YouTube. You know, everybody's itching to gamble this game. You know, once this game got posted and stuff in our little group of players, everybody was itching to get into the game after that big live stream game that we had on Sunday, the pop-up game. Had a ton of attention over on YouTube.
Oh, that's an orbit penalty.
And a very consistent viewers. I think we had like 50 viewers, concurrent viewers for pretty much the entirety of that 7-hour live stream over on YouTube. Probably won't hit those numbers tonight, as it is kind of a, you know, just a typical Wednesday night. But the raises tonight are just not getting respected at all. A $10 bet from Tony. Guy, Brian, and Lorraine make the call. Tony ends up smashing the top pair here with the King 8. And with the best hand, $43 in the middle. Firing out a $13 bet. B here with the Queen 9 has a bit of a gut shot, although there is a flush draw out on the board. He's going to throw it away. Lorraine here with the pair of jacks is going to make the call. That spade, a little bit of a scary card. Not so much for Tony, though. He does have the king of spades. Probably makes his hand feel a little bit safer here. Firing out a $25 bet.
It looks like a water bet.
Maybe because I know he plays baseball. You could be a quarterback. I play football too.
Yeah, he's a quarterback.
Lorraine is going to make the fold. Tony's picking up that pot. Shows the king of spades.
Yesterday?
A
couple weeks ago?
Great card for Tony to have in that situation. See, now we do have 3 players that are over $200.
Yeah, because
Tony getting close to that $200 mark. Pretty much. It's you know, pretty much a great cash game, already getting some money on the table. Always makes it fun when it's a deeper game. As you can see, these $10 bets, the blinds almost don't even matter, right? I've actually been considering right now even just bumping in the blinds up, maybe even doing a 3rd blind, doing it 1-1 and $2. You know, why not, right? It would the stakes. Like I wanted, the plan was always to keep the stakes low, but the truth is I'm kind of running into a couple problems with it, and it's like, you know, as we see, there's $2 in the pot. People are bumping it up to $10, $12. I've even seen $16 bets pre-flopping to a $2 pot. It just doesn't make any sense. But that's typical low stakes cash game. You see these at like little pop-up 25-cent games at some home games as well. But let me know if your guys' home games are like that as well. Do your guys' raises get respected at all? Looks like Brian's gonna limp in for with ace king. Just call the $12 from Attila.
I don't want to be like
Brian playing the ace king very slow. Lorraine has ace queen. I don't know how this is a 5-way pot, but it is. 2 10s down on the board with the ace. Both Brian and Lorraine have hit the top pair with really solid kickers. Peter says 1-2-5 might be good. I have been told to keep it at the 1-1 game. You know, everybody tends to like the stakes for it, but I don't know.
Celtics and Bulls with my kids.
I'm not too sure. I don't want to make it too big for these players. You know, it's always about having a long-term, long-term success, right? You know, once you start getting into $200-300 buy-ins, it starts getting pretty expensive for people every week, especially if you're on a losing streak. Brian here is going to raise it up to $40. Re-raising Lorraine. Lorraine's now in a weird decision here with the ace queen. Does he believe that Brian has a 10? She does not. She's going to make the call. But as we can see, Brian played ace king very slow here, so it's a little bit disguised. He's going to put it all in here. $159 in the pot. He is going to shove.
That's not right. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't.
Looks like his stack was off, saying he has $24. That is not correct. It looks like $54 all in. Lorraine did not believe him on the flop. Is she going to believe him on the turn? She does. She throws away the ace queen. Wow, big fold. We see the king would have came down on the river. That would have gave Lorraine the straight with the ace queen. Fortunately, she just couldn't find the call there.
That's the first time I won it in
70 years.
20 times. No, 20 times I've been.
Wow. Brian is discussing at the table that he does not like the ace king.
Like he was actually.
Yeah, it looks exactly like
Surprised that pot, like, I mean, it was a pretty decent sized pot what it turned into with the ace queen versus ace king. You know, but we've seen a couple pots. I'm just comparing it to the last cash game we had. There would have been a lot of 3-bets and 4-bets, I think, in that pot, in that situation. I don't even think that we would have even made it to a flop with those two hands. We might have. We might have.
Yeah, I had to put you on something like that.
$10. Looks like we got a $10 bet here from Tony from Under the Gun +1. Attila is going to call with the 9-8 off. Fabian calls with the pocket kings behind Tony. That's a bit shocking. Not sure what's going on here. We haven't been seeing much 3-betting here with the ace king, ace queen, so I'm surprised that we're not seeing, like, Corey here. Corey calls with the ace queen. He is out of position. He's in the small blind. Does not have position over these players, so. But they're going to a flop. Fabian with the pocket kings fires out $20. Attila's going to make the call here with the top pair. Action here to Brian. King 8 is going to fold. Tony with the ace 10. Tony's going to fold. $91 in the pot. Fabian firing out a $45 bet.
Or sorry, 35.
Oh, $35, sorry. 35? Made that mistake a second time. $35 bet into Attila here. Might be a little bit scared about that jack. You see that he's only running to 3 outs. He only has 2 9s and an 8 left in the deck. 2 8s were folded. But he's going to make the call. $161 in the pot.
Everybody watch that online game.
20, 15. Yeah, stop watching that.
We're not playing that.
Come on.
All in for Fabian, $58.
Yeah, it was definitely a good watch, for sure. Pocket 8, pocket 10.
It's looking like Attila is going to make the call here. Shows pocket kings.
Yeah, 58, yeah.
Looks like Attila is going to Hey off, Fabian here with the Kings. Kings were definitely disguised. I certainly wouldn't have put him on pocket kings in that situation. Just calling Coney's $10 bet pre-flop, especially with the way we've seen this cash game going. We haven't seen any of these little $10, $12 bets get respected, especially when there's only $2 on the pot. You know, going 5 or 6 ways to a flop, just kind of crazy. You know, maybe the situation is maybe people just need to lower the size of their bets. Maybe that would entice people to start 3-betting a little bit more. Maybe something to consider. Peter in the chat says the ace king is great as long as you remember it is a drawing hand. You are drawing to that hand. Yes. Keep that as a reminder. Ace king is still just ace high. But he doesn't care. He's got ace 10. He's putting it all in here. $35.
Absolutely. That means I might not get none of your money. Well,
You might.
I'm going to get at least $2 if I win.
Yes.
If you fold. If.
Core here with the 10-9. He's gonna fold.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm praying for you.
Me too.
Let's see. Good luck one. Well, the first one.
Attila, wow, I just noticed Attila made the call here with the 5-3. I think he made that blind. Calling D blind here with the 5-3 of clubs.
You got my $2.
Good luck, all in.
Good luck, yep.
Wow, great flop for Attila, flopping open-ended.
Ace 10.
But he hits a pair of 3s on the river. Wow, the 5-3 taking down that $74 pot, that $74 all-in pot from Guy. Everyone, definitely going to be a lively cash game.
It was a sign. It was a sign. 35.
Seeing quite a bit of blind bets and calls now with Attila.
It's a sign.
Attila making the call there with a 5-3 of clubs. Didn't even look at his hand. Or maybe he did look at his hand. I don't know. It's hard to say. Let me know in the chat what your thoughts are on that one. Maybe Attila's just playing loose. He did just call Fabian with a 9-8 offsuit, with just a pair of 9s. Attila has certainly come to play. It's going to take a lot to get him out of the hand.
It's all right there. Right.
See, the YouTube stats are just building up here. We got 16 viewers over on YouTube. Welcome everybody over on YouTube. I'm going to turn on those Watchers alerts again. Should make it so we can see who's over there. We got 2 over on Facebook. Welcome everybody to the AOP Wednesday night $1 cash game, the lowest stakes cash game that is being run on the internet. For live stream anyway, as a live poker game, I guess. I haven't seen anything that's running anything less. So welcome to
That's the worst.
making history here with AOP. Going to move into the next hand here. It looks like we have a straddle. Straddle from Guy. Ace King suited again for Lorraine. Going to bump it up to $11. Looks like Jamie's going to make the call here. King 10. Tony is going to 3-bet here to 25. With the ace 10 off in the big blind. Lorraine is going to make the call. Jamie's going to make the call. Peter says the bird makes an appearance. I didn't even know. I didn't know she was here. Wow, what a flop. Nobody has the Jack 10. Flop the straight. Getting checked all the way down to the river. Club hits there. Tony ends up getting the check mark here with the ace 10.
Some good action, yeah.
Completes the flush as well. Jamie hits that 10, but he's out-kicked. Does have a nice kicker, the king, but Tony, we can see, has the ace. Jamie just, you can tell that he wants to make this call. Such a large bet from Tony, $145 all in. Jamie, looks like he's going to show the 10.
I had one of those too.
Oh, looks like Tony is going to show the ace 10. It says, Peter says the bird makes an appearance. Looks like she's in her cage right now, but she must have been up there earlier. Welcome, Bird, to the live stream. Good old Kiwi. We always know that Katie likes watching Kiwi. She comes here not for the poker. She comes here to see
Like,
Kiwi.
you knew I hit that 10, and you still would have folded.
I knew he hit the 10. I knew he hit it.
And you Jamie hit the 10 when he was thinking and thinking and thinking. He's like, oh, that 10 could be good. That 10 could be good. Does he have a jack? He doesn't have clubs. I know he doesn't have clubs, but does he have a jack? Does he have a jack? No, I had a better 10.
The stuff shared around here.
Jamie,
Yeah.
you don't normally believe me. You gotta stop doing that. That's costing me money.
Richard here with the king jack of clubs just limping in.
There's 11.
Rude.
That's just a standard. That's what this is.
I know, this table, it is just.
Jamie bumping it up to $11. Tony's going to make the call here with the 10-8 off in the small blind. He's going to make the call with the ace-10 suited in the big blind. Richard's going to call as well. Lorraine is going to call. As is Brian. Wow, we got ourselves another six-way pot, $66 in the middle. Brian flopping the flush here with the queen 10. Giving him the best hand, 95%. Has some of these players just drawing dead. He's going to fire out a little $15 feeler bet. Trying to entice some of these players to get involved. Try to build up the pot a little more. See who wants to chase. Jamie's going to tag along, as is Guy. Guy did hit the top pair. Jamie has the jack of hearts. Just really worrying about the queen and the king of hearts. Brian continuing the aggression makes it 35 now.
I don't remember. That's the great thing about Alzheimer's. You get to have the same conversation over and over and over.
You get to enjoy the good times over and over.
Guy is going to make the call here with the top pair. You can see that he's drawing dead. Brian already has the check mark. Had it pretty much for a little while. He's going to check. Brian going for some more value. $181 in the middle. Looks like he's going to fire out $55.
What time is it?
What I haven't told you to tell you is I
He's going to quickly call. Going to show the flush.
It did last time. Not for me.
Look like Brian picking up another pot. Wow, $291. Wow, these multi-way pots are really doing wonders on this cash game.
Well,
Bird, why are you squawking it?
Hand you went all in on.
Squawking into the stream.
I didn't win.
You want some attention for the live stream tonight?
Tony won.
We have no pizza, Bird.
36, I fold.
But yeah, these pots tonight at the 1-1 cash game are huge. Brian picking up that $291 pot. Again, like it doesn't even really matter that we're playing 1-1. It almost feels like a 1-3 game, really.
I get it.
Very interesting.
It was 35, 35. I said,
Something.
Move into the next hand.
tell us first.
Give Bird a little treat so she stops squawking into the mic. Oh no, looks like he's got a limped pot. But Brian's gonna change that, bumps it up to $10.
See, I knew that. I
Late
knew that.
55. Hold. Hold.
Jamie 3-betting here with the pocket fours. And the 3-bet is gonna get through. Here we go. Now we're starting to see some poker. Jamie with a nice 3-bet there, picking up that pot.
I only had ace 9, but I would have called.
Punishing all these people for calling so light. Well done, Jamie. Well done. You have my approval for that hand. Always like seeing the nice 3-bets and stuff. Nice 3-bets and 4-bets.
lower.
Peter in the chat saying, "Oh, Jamie came to play. Most certainly, most certainly." See, that's what we like to see. Some more 3-bets. None of these 6-way pots pre-flop.
I like mine for 10, but not for 55.
No, I didn't like it with all those colors. I liked it a lot less.
Richard.
Right.
Hold.
to 11.
Seems to be the standard raise tonight, eh?
Yep.
Corey is going to bump it up to $11 here with pocket sevens. We can see Shannon does have a 7.
Poker friend of mine in St. John. He's dead now, but they used to call that after him. Elephant.
Yeah.
That's what he used to bet. 11.
Shannon?
Elephant.
Okay. $11.
Yeah, double tusk.
Call.
Here we go. Wow, $77 in the middle.
All right, 7 players.
They got multi-way pot.
Practice first.
8 Jack Queen. Definitely a dicey flop. We've seen none of these players have any of that though, really, other than like Guy. Guy with the 48% here with the King Jack. Hard to believe that nobody has any of that. See, as Tony would say, look at all the riffraff in this hand.
So 16.
Corey's gonna fire out a $16 bet.
Call. Call.
He's gonna make the call.
Fold. 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 Okay. Heads up. Corey's first. All in 37.
Corey shoving all in for his last $37. He's gonna pick up that pot, $146. Wow, he was seeing that the river would have been a jack. He actually would have got there on the river, hitting the trip jacks. Definitely a straighty board though, with the flush draws. Kind of definitely a dicey board for just the pair of jacks. But Corey gonna pick that up with the 7s. He's gonna get Guy to fold the best hand. Corey adding some money to his stack.
Seeing they were selling a table though, eh?
Looks like we got a straddle in play. Lorraine is going to straddle.
Really bomb pot?
Oh.
Looks like they're already calling for some bomb pots.
Oh, are they taking the
Does
table?
Shannon straddle and play?
Yeah, she's gonna play the ace.
Call.
It's like 10 minutes closer to me.
At lower Mercedes?
Yeah.
Lower Mercedes?
Looks like everybody, the riffraff is going to join in on this limped, straddled pot.
Yeah, I ended up sitting in back
Let's see what the straddler does. Lorraine pocket four is just going to check. Pretty much got a family pot here. Let's just fill up this screen with graphics.
Almost a family pot. 9 runners. Tell it first. Check. Check.
Like three greens,
Bet a 7. Actually, to Corey. $7.
Lorraine is hit her set of 4s. Great flop for Lorraine. Fires out a $7 bet.
Yeah, they were still going.
See if it's going to cut this riffraff in half.
Literally came from where I was. It was like the first 2 hours. It's not gonna last all night. I'm not gonna sit on it.
Alright, 4 players.
I think it was good at first. Just a lot of multi-way all-ins.
Bet 21.
Who?
I don't know. I don't know who cheese is.
Here we do. We have a bet of $21 from Lorraine, trying to build up that pot yet again.
Oh, Andrew.
Oh, that's it.
It's looking like Corey here with the top pair. Definitely a little bit suspicious of Lorraine bringing into the aggression into this pot.
Maybe it's cheese. I don't know. I heard the name cheese a couple times, but
No, it's not cheese.
He's going to throw away the queen 9. Doesn't make the correct fold here. Jamie is going to call with the pair and a flush draw. Great flop for Jamie. Let's see what this river brings. The 10 of hearts. Jamie gets there with the flush draw. Lorraine is going to continue the aggression. Firing out $25. Jamie's going to re-raise to 75.
no, he was supposed to be there.
Lorraine now debating if her set of 4s is actually good.
He donated, made a nice big donation on the, on the stream. Yeah, he donated like $70 or something. So.
sorry I wasn't there. Maybe I'll make the next one.
Oh, my buddy's living, gave him 60,000 for his wedding.
Oh yeah.
Came third in World Poker Tour for 4 minutes.
$188 in the middle. Is Lorraine going to be able to fold her set of fours? The flush did get there, but she is giving it some consideration. The straight also gets there with the Jack 9.
For another tournament.
40,000.
Even a 9-6 gives a straight.
60,000
But she's probably not putting Jamie on those hands. Probably wouldn't throw a 3-bet at her
Now we're about to
with that heart down on the river.
maybe, First set, cut the powers and the hardwire.
Look up the wrong day.
Oh, you got me, you got me.
Lorraine does make the call.
Yeah, look at that.
Jamie is going to flip over the nut flush. Lorraine ends up losing that pot. Jamie picking up a nice $238 pot.
No.
Very nice indeed. Jamie just got there on the river. Jamie had a fantastic flop with the A7.
You got me, you got me.
You know, it's always, again, a little bit dicey in a multi-way pot. Always definitely got to be wary of that. That's why they always say you need to do more 3-betting and stuff like that to be able to, you know, get out the riffraff, right? You know, try to get the pots heads up. You know, even three-way is still can be a little bit dicey. It's like Shannon is gonna straddle. Straddling to the $2. Corey is gonna make the call here with the King 7. Looks like we may end up having another little limpy pot.
Well, that's too much. One drop, take one back. 11 is the standard rate.
Yeah, that's right. Well, not with a straddle.
Yeah, okay.
46 total.
Sounded like a little bit. Is it yours? Sounded like one over here.
Lorraine shoving all in here with the Ace Queen, putting maximum pressure over on the riffraff. Back to Fabian, who fired at the $12 bet with the Ace King of Clubs. Does have to make the call here.
Otherwise, you gotta go to the food bank.
I'm gonna sleep on the St. George.
Let's see who can smash on the flop. Looks like not a good break flop for Lorraine.
Fair.
It's the Ace King.
Oh, right next door, just down the street.
Lorraine showing the Ace Queen. Not good enough.
Okay. There's a big jack on back.
Fabian doing fairly well so far in this catch game. Up to $300. Brian, $362. Jamie, $330. Definitely getting some more and more money on this cash game. Looks like my webcam froze. Let's try this again. There we go. We're back. We're back. You guys get to look at my ugly mug yet again. Here we go. The webcam has been fixed. Glad everybody could be here tonight. We have 18 viewers so far over on YouTube. We have 11 over on Facebook. Welcome everybody to the AOP live stream. Glad everybody could be tuning in. And it is looking like Corey is going to straddle here. And then we have a $5 blind bet from Jamie. And then Tony is going to bump it up to $10 blind. Always people love to gamble in these live streams. See, we're playing 1, 2, 5, 10. You just would never know it. $30 bet here from Attila with the Ace Jack.
Absolutely, actually.
30?
See, everybody is gonna fold.
Okay, you have two options. I can either fold, and you can have my $10, or I can call and you can be nice.
I'm gonna be nice.
You gonna be nice? Okay, then I'll call.
Tony's gonna make the call here with the $10 blind bet with the 10-3 suited. He's gonna play against Attila. Attila hitting the jack here. All right, a little $5 bet, getting Tony to stay in the hand.
Now I have
Tony
to
still
look.
not improving.
Another 5.
Still hasn't looked.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Still in.
Oh, jeez. That's a bad hand. What am I doing?
Tony shows the 10-3,
Red.
donating money to Attila.
Wrong red.
Tell me you're lucky I had you.
You had me? Why didn't you call?
And 2 pairs.
Peter saying you froze for a minute there. We lost all the audio. Hopefully everything's back up and running and working well. I just had to kind of fix one of the webcams. Very good, very good. A low stakes cash game. See Mega Seb, surprise, lots of good hand limps tonight. Yeah,
Lorraine, you have
yeah, a lot of limping, I mean, it's pretty typical at a low stakes cash game. A lot of people tend to wanting, feeling itching to try to see that flop, right? They want to feel a little bit. They want to play made hands, and they just want to see it for cheap. So, that's their strategy. Certainly not the strategy that I would be going into this cash game with.
I figured you wanted to take my money.
Brian first, right on play.
I had told you
10-7 for Brian.
Well, 10's not working. Never went call, so I'm gonna go 12 get it on.
Tony here bumping up to $12. Fabian getting ace king again. She's just gonna flat call Tony.
That's right. Over the standard.
Lorraine is gonna join into the pot here with pocket sixes.
I expected your raise, so I folded. That makes me feel so good.
In this economy?
Yeah.
Vega saying used to those players raising more with less. Yeah, yeah,
Checking the smoke, but I was trying to figure out if I didn't want to do that.
yeah. I'm gonna agree with that. Tony's gonna check it over to Fabian, who fires out $20. A pretty good flop for Lorraine for her hand.
Call.
She's just gonna make the call here. Ooh, great card for Lorraine. Now giving her an open-ended with her pocket sixes. Fabian's gonna continue the aggression here with just ace high, firing out a $30 bet into Lorraine. Gonna put $110 into the pot with that bet. Lorraine is gonna make the call. Wow, Fabian gets there, spikes the ace on the river. Now trying to debate how much he should bet, where he just hit that pair.
That's 50.
Firing out a $50 bet. Lorraine just has the feeling that he just got there.
You're riveter.
Tony reading the situation perfectly, saying, hey, I think you rivered her.
I had done that.
Good read on Tony. Definitely had the correct read.
Anything on that board.
No, I had.
Had the correct read with the ace-king,
That's what I kind of figured, but I had good cards too.
saying,
Got lucky on the
Mega
river,
Seb
no.
saying, hopefully I can make an X game. I've been working late all week. That's okay. That's okay. I understand. It's, could be a busy time. There'll be plenty of games, right? We do have the weekly game, so no worries there. No worries there. We'll maybe try to do a couple more pop-up games and stuff like that during the week. I'm not sure. We've been chatting about doing tournaments. It's been a while since I've done a tournament. The tournaments haven't been too successful. See, we got a $5 blind bet and then a $10 blind bet from Guy. It looks like we're playing $1, $2, $5, $10.
Raise to 40.
Fabian's going to call with the pocket threes. Richard with the pocket sixes is going to bump it up to $40, putting that extra pressure on the players. Corey, wow. Unfortunately for Richard, kind of the one time he's getting involved into a pot with the pocket sixes. You get a lot of respect, but although Corey just wakes up with aces, he's going to flat call Richard. Playing a little bit slow and a little bit tricky here.
No, but I just think every time.
Jamie's going to call the $40 as well with the king 10.
One guy had king jack,
$147 in the pot.
and the flop was king king.
Jamie hitting the top pair. Both players checking it over to Richard. Richard shoving all in here for the $44.
Good luck, Richard. Yeah.
Tony rooting for Richard to pick up this pot.
I don't know. Bobby Orr. What's that?
No, I didn't, but.
Oh my god, and everybody was cheating for
Double
me
ball.
because that was a big stack.
Wow.
Corey's going to make the call.
I mean, it was like a...
That's true.
Jamie with the top pair king kicker. He's going to make the call as well. Wow, a fairly large pot for Richard.
It's different, they have different numbers.
Peter's rooting for Richard in the chat saying, come on, Richard, spike a 6, spike a 6.
Maybe.
That 9, not really any help. Corey shoving all in here against Jamie. I imagine Richard's probably not feeling too great with his 6s.
Tell me.
Got a side pot activated. Jamie's going to make the call here with Corey. Oh, and there's a 6. Looks like Richard is going to actually win the main pot.
Corey wins the side pot.
Why can't I get lucky on the river?
Wow, Richard. What a great pot for him to pick up. It looks like Peter was correct saying, come on, Richard, spike a 6. Well, he did. Richard ended up spiking a 6, $279 in his stack now. Wow, what a great pot. People have been saying it was out of character for Richard to be doing that. Richard's trying to change up his image here at the table, certainly with the pocket 6s. See Megaseb saying, so, wow, a 6 on the river. Definitely a great card for Richard. I liked how Richard ended up playing that pre-flop. But where he only had about $40 behind, maybe a shove might have been better in that situation. It wouldn't have mattered. Corey did have the aces, so he would have just got it in. But great card for Richard to see on the river, picking up that $270 pot. Peter cheering for Richard, saying, "Yeah, Richard." Richard certainly has a fan in the chat, rooting him on. Great spot for Richard. Pick up some money. Never fun when you finally try to make a move with a hand and then you run into aces. Very unlucky for that situation, but looks like it worked out. That is poker, though. That is poker. Peter saying the river has been filthy as the Petticodiac tonight. Yeah, these multi-way pots, though, very dangerous. Looking like Jamie has hit top pair here with the ace-8 of diamonds. Also has a backdoor diamond draw. Corey and Brian have the clubs as backdoor club draws. Looks like it's getting checked around. Jamie with 80% of the equity here against all the players. Firing out a $25 bet. See who is interested in playing this pot. Doesn't really look like there's going to be much. Attila with a gut shot. He's going to throw it away. Now it's just actions to Corey. He's drawing dead. He's going to get it. He's going to fold as well. Jamie's going to pick up that pot. See, a 9 would have came down on the river. Also completing the backdoor flush draw. Richard Richard has jumped into the chat over on YouTube saying better to be lucky than good. Yes, that's true. Very well said. You know, sometimes that just happens, right? You just run into the hands, and that's that. But glad you ended up picking up that pot, Richard. We can start seeing Richard with a little bit of a deeper stack, playing his hands. Be interesting to see what you do with that stack here tonight. So big congratulations on spiking that 6. Let's see what happens. Moving into the next hand. Hand number 21. $12 bet from Fabian here with the King Jack.
Inflation from 11 to 12.
Yeah. No one's raising 11 anymore. Fold.
This is not a 1-2 game anymore.
Well, I guess it is.
It never was a 1-2 game.
No, it never was. You are right.
It's a
That-
1-1 game.
Here we go. 3 players headed to this flop. Fabian spiking the top pair.
Check.
We were playing like
That's 20.
originally.
Firing out a $20 continuation bet. Looks like a fairly safe board for the most part. Coney is going to make the call here at the Queen 7.
A friend of mine used to drink heavily. I don't think it's an alcoholic, but he got
$30 bet from Fabian. Trying to keep Tony invested into this pot. Tony is going to call.
so he never drank 40 or.
3 of hearts. Backdoor flush dress gets there. Tony's going to check.
Really good scotches.
Does have a little bit of showdown value here with the pair of sevens, but as you can see, Fabian has the king. He's going to go for some more value. $35 bet. Tony's going to make the call. He's going to show the king.
But less asshole.
Button's good.
Seen Alex in the chat saying the tournament this Friday is already at 7 people. Could see another third table tourney. I doubt it. 3 table tournament. I don't know. Tournaments just haven't been doing well. Like I hear it all the time that people want to play tournaments, but they don't. You know, it's can't get the people for it. So yeah, I mean, it just people are very picky when it comes to tournaments. They don't want to play rebuy tournaments. They only want to play freeze outs. Some want to play bigger buy-ins. Some people want to play different structures. Like you just can't please everybody, right? So you just got to run what you got to run. Unfortunately, you know, tournaments just haven't been getting the numbers we needed to be able to run them. So might just start running some cash games until we start seeing some of those numbers maybe bump up. Tournaments are a lot of work to try to run as well.
That guy's Fred. That guy you think is cheese.
Oh, really?
Nobody real has a name Fred.
So maybe it is cheese.
Probably cheese in disguise, yeah.
Right?
Call. It works all out.
A limped pot here. Corey limping him here with the queen 9 suited.
Right.
Fabian's in with jack 2 suited.
Call. $11. Yep. Call.
Brian with the ace 8 of spades bumping it up to $11.
They asked him how to spell his name. He didn't say John. His name. How do you not know how to spell?
Right.
How do you not spell John Smith? Well, it could be
get it
G-O.
once a week at work.
J-O-N.
They ask
Maybe
you how to
11 is
spell
the
my
main
name.
one and 12 is the folding one.
J-O.
G-U-I.
Players.
It's pretty simple, right?
Actually, it's the Tony first. Check. That is 30.
It's looking like Guy hitting the pair of kings here, firing out a $30 bet.
No.
Getting folded around to Tony with the 10-8, who is open-ended.
Call.
Also has the 8 of hearts. You can see it's a 60-40 situation. See what this turn brings. 5 is no help to Tony. He is going to shove all in. Let's take a look at this river. Tony was open-ended. Would not have got there. The 7 of diamonds ended up would have came on the river. Looking like Guy finally picked up his pot.
Start of a hot run. Yeah.
Saying he won his first pot here at $215 in his stack. See Seb, Mega Seb in the YouTube chat saying 1-1 runs like a 1-3 already. Yeah, that's true. Saying that you know maybe a 1-1-2 or a 1-1-3 cash game would be nice. Even a Nick game you mentioned. Yeah, you know that truthfully that's it's actually not a bad idea. I kind of like the idea of doing a 1-1-2. Kind of makes it interesting. If someone wants to straddle, they could, I don't know, we could make it to a straddle to 5 or something like that. But yeah, I don't know. It's definitely would be an interesting game. I would like to kind of bump it up a little bit.
Call.
20.
Where's the 20?
$20 bet here from Tony. As I said, the 1-1 just doesn't. I don't know.
$20?
1-1 doesn't really seem that big. I mean, you can see the size of the bets. If we played 1-1-2, the size of the bets would probably stay the same because they're, you know, actually make a little bit more sense, and the bets would actually be pretty half decent. Considering with the size of the pot, so. Peter says, let's play the 7-2 game.
Right, perfect, thank you. Alright. The Tony Smoke.
Attila spiking the top pair here. Also has the backdoor spade draws.
I can't go buy my Attila, my hun.
Yeah.
Doesn't really look like anybody has anything else other than maybe some backdoor diamonds and stuff, but that's about it. Maybe backdoor straights. Attila lets them in cheap though. Jamie finally hitting a pair of 10s there. Brian looking for a queen for a straight.
That is 25. Call.
Lorraine hitting the pair of 10s as well. Gonna fire out $25.
Fold.
Since there was nobody that showed any kind of aggression towards this pot. Not even Attila, who was under the gun straddle. $154 in the pot.
Rolling.
He's gonna shove all in. $143. Maximum pressure. Definitely a good shove. I like this shove from Attila. Really going after that pot, putting these players in a really tough spot. Lorraine only has $82 behind. Pot is now $298 with the Attila shove.
144 all.
I was in for 8,000.
That's why I don't play that game.
Yeah, their reads too, like on each other, was just like spot on for most of their hands. It was actually quite an impressive game
Well,
to
there was
watch.
one that folded the pocket kings. Andrew made a good bluff.
Oh yes.
We were just talking briefly at the table. We have the cash game that we had on Sunday playing in the background. Some of the players haven't seen it, so we had it kind of playing as a game to watch. A lot of the players were just talking about just the level of play that was being played at that cash game. A lot of those players had played with each other for a long time, so they all had pretty solid reads on each other. So it was really nice to see. It was definitely a nice introduction to kind of see what you're going to be getting into when you decide to move up in stakes. So big thanks to that crew that showed up. Definitely made for a really interesting stream. Hopefully we'll see them back at another point.
Oh, I was so impressed. Oh yeah. Shocked me. I'd never seen him deal before, so. The call?
Wow, Jamie's going to make the call here with the Jack 10. That's a big call.
Kings? No, tens. Kings.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Attila showing the King 7 here. Wow, what a massive pot. $417 pot. And Attila's going to pick up here.
144.
No, neither of them had plus jack.
Definitely a nice pot. Wow, I'm surprised Jamie made the call there, but Attila has been kind of going into some pretty big pots blind and just really gambling with his chips. Certainly has paid off, where Jamie just kind of made that call with the Jack 10 for running this kind of quality setup. So that will give you a little introduction of what you're getting yourself into. It is quite a lot of work. Look into that. I'm not sure why that is the case. It could be something on your end.
Yeah, the stacks were off quite a bit. I tried to get them as close as I could in that game.
I'm not sure what. Yeah, stream is freezing a lot, eh?
$12. Cool.
Because of the nitty game, man.
No, it wasn't the Nick game that was screwing it up. Tony's action. Call.
I guess, right?
I'll have to give me a moment here. I'm gonna go check out the stream stuff to make sure see what's going on with that. Peter said the same thing over on Facebook, saying that it was freezing. No idea what would be causing that.
So Shannon. Check. Check. That is 20. Call. Call. Call.
Richard's saying it's freezing for him as well. This is the first time I've ran into this problem.
That means first. Check.
kind of watching it on my end. Oh, Stream Elements just showed up here again. All Out Poker is now live. Yeah, it looks like the stream has been cutting out. Looks like if it's cutting out over on Twitch.
They all look the same.
Yeah, guys, sorry, I don't really know what's going on with that. Oh yeah, it just cut out on Twitch. Interesting, interesting.
Oh, I thought you were gonna get it.
Eight high wins.
Woohoo! Party on, dudes!
Ooh.
Oh, by the way, brother, I didn't steal this shirt. You left it in my
Club.
area, and I just didn't return it.
You left it between my sheets.
Brian calling out his brother in the chat saying, hey man, you've been looking for this shirt for a while. Joke's on you, I've had it the entire time and I've been wearing it. Peter saying he watches it on his TV on YouTube and comment on my phone on Facebook. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Definitely would be a little bit better. I always found YouTube to be better overall, just in quality and just user experience. YouTube has been kind of building up a little bit quicker too. It's always nice when the chat is kind of filled up with people as well. But yeah, I'm kind of looking at the
I might change that for next game. I'll let you guys know. But
looking into the stuff. I'm not sure what's causing all the issues and stuff with the freezing, but if it does continue, please let me know in the chat. Again, I'm just gonna. I don't think there's really much I can do on my end, but I do kind of want to see it for myself and see if it's the problem that I could possibly fix as the stream is going on.
Right from the get-go, I think the first bottle was like $80.
how much, sorry, Tony?
Quarter.
Okay.
Sorry.
25.
It could be a restream problem as well.
Oh, unfortunately, Tony not with his hand on.
Might actually be the case.
Walking.
I had one of those.
Johnny Walker.
I had one of those.
Yes, actually, it is looking like it could be a restream issue.
That'd be crushed. What do you call it?
Come on, buddy.
Ham sandwich suited is cheap.
I know. Well, you got the ham sandwich, so if you're playing the ham sandwich, usually you win.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. What he's
It
playing
works
against.
only for Tony.
Only for Tony, yeah.
I tried it at the
But he
casino
was only,
many times, but I always
I got in with him. He was only drawing on the one.
Everybody's talking about the ham sandwich hand. It's been quite a popular hand. The 2-3 getting played quite a bit at the casino. Everybody's calling it the ham sandwich. It's certainly become a little popular local meme into our poker rooms here. Everyone's starting to play it. Put some money in with the ham sandwich.
16.
We're changing it up.
Brian's gonna fire out $16 here with the ace king, making it quite expensive.
Call. Call.
Wow.
Pick me, pick
Alright,
me.
4 runners.
Come on, poker gods, pick me.
I'm not allowed to use my one time anymore.
Check.
Check. You can use it as many times as you want and say you never use it. That's what everyone does. They ask for it and say, I never used my one time. I want the one time.
That was a one time. I needed it. I was running real thin.
Check.
Check. Check. Check. 25. Hold. Hold. Call. Okay, hands up. Okay, action to Jamie. Check.
That was me. I was touching you.
That is 35.
Sorry.
Hold.
I hate this hand. I hate this hand.
Ace king.
Ace king.
Ace king.
Oh, but
Twice.
you got
That's
the
twice
straight.
you hated tonight.
Yeah.
But you hit the straight, didn't you?
No, river's the straight.
Oh, river the straight.
Although it was a diamond.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right too. 3 diamonds on the board, yeah.
Which is not as bad as 4 diamonds, like my earlier story.
straddle and play.
I'm watching Montreal.
Call. Fold. Call.
I was supposed to be at the game.
Two till. Fold. Fold. Call. Action to Shannon. Straddle and play.
I'm in.
Sorry, you were right, Peter. My audio was turned off.
Game
Call.
again, you don't know
Option.
the sports, but you're betting on whoever.
My goodness, we're having lots of problems tonight.
$20.
$20. Corey bumping it up here on the straddle. Jamie is going to make the call here with the 7-6 suited. Jason Johnson saying, yes, sir. I appreciate the weekly programming channel. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, Jason. Action is to Tony with the 10-5. He's going to fold.
Fold. Fold. $20 to Lorraine. Fold. $20 to Shannon. Fold. Okay, heads up. Got your change. Okay.
Got our pot heads up here. Corey versus Jamie.
Corey first.
Corey, definitely not a great flop he wants to see.
Check.
Gonna get checked around. Jamie actually hit a pair of 6s. It is the best hand.
That's 15.
Yeah, I love diamond.
Corey looking for a jack or 10. He only has 2 outs left in the deck. I was wondering why his equity was so small. Everybody seemed to have folded most of his outs.
Look at that, Tony, you would've won, 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 won.
Corey running into,
Full house.
checking all the way down the river, just mucks his hand instantly. The pair of 6s for Jamie is going to be good.
Yeah, I wouldn't have won if that turned.
Nice $80 pot for Jamie. Building up his chip stack again after making that huge call against Attila. And he's still sitting there now at $229 in his stack. Everybody's hovering pretty much over that $200. It's no longer a cheap 1-1 game. We are now, the stacks are getting deeper. Got ourselves a good matchup here tonight too.
Hearts like crazy, but my hand, diamond keeps showing up.
Action to Jamie. Brian, your hand's not reading for some reason. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Thank you. Call. Call. Call.
Oh boy. Everybody loves a limped pot except me. I don't like limp pots. They always tend to be the most dangerous though. Where everybody's involved in the pot and people just can't get rid of their hands. Corey's saying enough of this limping. It's bumping up to $11 in the big blinds. But does get one person to fold, Lorraine, and that is it.
Call.
Wow, here we go.
7 players.
Got 7 players in this pot. Said we don't want to play a $7 pot. We want to play a $70 pot instead. Action is to Shannon here. Corey actually hitting a fairly good flop, but always a dicey with a paired board. The ace 9 of hearts with the heart draw here, and it looks like Tony ended up spiking the 6, the trip 6s.
Fold. Call. Fold. Fold.
Oh, it's full. I just want to remember what the price was.
Here we go. 3 ways. Shannon ends up making the call here with the open-ended with the 8-5. Ends up hitting a pair of 5s on the turn.
Check.
Still not good enough to beat Tony's trip 6s though.
That's 25.
Corey continuing the aggression, $25. Tony putting it all in. Doesn't like the 2 players saying, if you want to continue playing, you're going to have to play for it all. Let's go. $169 all in. Tony saying, I want this pot now. Does Corey want to chase the heart? And he does. He's going to make the call. Does not get there. The boat for Tony.
Jack 6.
No heart to be seen.
Corey telling everybody that he did have the heart draw. Tony picking up a nice pot here, $401. Headed his way. Definitely a nice flop. And to believe that that was a limp pot, as I said, the limp pot certainly can be very dicey and definitely very dangerous. But it basically was a limp pot, and Corey turned it into, you know, a $70 pot. You know, trying to narrow the field down, but nobody seems to be folding on this table tonight. Very unfortunate. Corey did flop a pretty good hand here with the nut flush draw, but just couldn't hit that heart on the river. But yeah, we were 7 players. 7 players. It was pretty much everybody limped for a $7 pot, and then it went from that to a $70 pot. Good old low 6 action.
I was like, I'm trying to not put your name down as sheriff, but he put it in the salsa instead.
Looks like we got a little bit add-on onto the table. We got 22 viewers over on YouTube. For some reason, the later I tend to stream, the more viewers we ended up getting. So let me know where you guys are watching from. Maybe you guys are from a different time zone. But just say hello in the chats wherever you're watching. We are streaming on Kick, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. YouTube always seems to be the one with the dominating numbers. We have 22 viewers over there tonight. Howdy do over there. Looks like we have a straddle pot.
You got something to do, I told.
$6 is the bet.
A $6 bet. Probably one of the lower bets that we've seen tonight.
Yeah, I did. I'm pretty sure it is. Here's the last time you saw me raise six.
I don't remember. That's not kind of great idea.
Break that.
Six. That's right. Now you can't change it.
Lorraine, $6.
I call it six.
Call.
Now it's worth playing for.
That's what-
Or
six I got. Doesn't matter what I have. It's not
all right, 600.
Check.
It's like we have someone who's going to check blind. Corey,
The bet.
always checking in the smoke, as they say. $16 bet from Jamie here with top pair.
three hands.
Call.
It's to me.
Yep. Hold. Hold. Hold.
Looks like Guy is going to make the call here with the gut shot, looking for a 5. 5 would be disastrous for Jamie, where it would give Guy the straight 2 pair for Jamie. Jamie, 90% to win here. Guy's going to fold. See if we rabbit hunt the river.
So it's all.
A 9 comes down on the river. It looks like Guy would not have hit his straight.
Oh, please tell me you had to go in. Second and two. That was fun. Go in.
Jamie picking up a nice little pot. $264 in his stack. We have some money on this table already. There's a lot of people that are sitting over $400. Pretty deep stacks thus far in this 1-1 cash game, especially early on. We've seen quite a few big pots, quite a few multi-way pots, which is probably why it's been so big. You know, these $10 bets pre-flop into a $2 pot are certainly not getting respected, and everybody seems to be calling. You know, where you would expect that to be pretty much a heads-up pot. No, sir, it is a 6 or 7-way pot. Definitely helps build up these stacks very quickly.
But that's the way you're supposed to play the law. You're supposed to be playing a pre-flop, not just check, 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 check. Oh, flop, now we check that. You're supposed to try and chase people away. I like the way that
You're not chasing nobody away though, huh?
Yeah, but then you build a pot for yourself too, right?
Call. Option 3.
So it's kind of a catch-22.
Yeah, for sure. Call.
Them fuckers are expecting me to raise because I always raise, so screw them.
That's right,
Build your own
that's right, Tony.
We have ourselves a limp pot here, a limp straddle
Build
pot.
your own pots.
You punish those with
You guys.
Check.
Look, I gotta look around.
My headset's about to die. I gotta plug that thing in.
That is 10.
Got a $10 bet here from Shannon with 9-8, open-ended.
Hold.
Give me up.
Hold.
Jamie is going to call. He's also open-ended, but with the queen at 9. He's got the higher end here.
Check.
A checked pot. $32 in the middle. Neither player ends up hitting their straight. Jamie with the queen high with the best hand here. Shannon with the position though. $30 bet.
I would've won, I had a deuce.
Jamie is gonna fold.
I would've got some Shannon money.
9-8.
Oh, you're on the draw?
Both of them were.
Why didn't I call the $10? Such a fucking noise.
Well, queen comes.
Why didn't you raise?
The guys are discussing that. We have an aggression frequency.
I had king high.
Everybody right around the 30%, but it is still early. Definitely a small sample size.
Yeah, you had the higher.
But as we're building this, we're seeing that we are seeing some aggressive pots, which is nice. See Kirk watching from, I don't even say that, Mazatlan. I don't even know where that is. Welcome Kirk to the chat.
That was a change of luck. This is gonna turn around.
Welcome, welcome.
Over here.
A bit surprising.
You know what?
I'm gonna have to Google that. I don't even know where that is.
You ain't getting one, you ain't even getting that fucking.
I am gonna
I
Google
want
it.
that chip right there.
You ain't getting it.
I'm gonna Google it.
I haven't looked at my hand yet.
Neither have I.
Fight, poker fight.
Come and get it.
It's in Mexico.
All right.
It's a poker
Watching from Mexico. Ah, well, welcome,
Sounds
Kirk.
like ribbon from a Molotov.
Thanks for tuning in.
Just being Shannon?
No,
No.
I'm still in.
Oh, you're going.
Seems like you guys have some beautiful beaches down there.
He's got a point.
Oh, we got ourselves a 3-bet here. Shannon firing $12. Tony 3-betting to 50.
Wayne Gretzky, respect.
Tony picking up that pot with a 3-bet, just showing the absolute power of a nice little 3-bet. Tony picking up that pot there with the pocket 9s pre-flop.
Was good, not that good.
The power of the 3-bet. We haven't seen too many 3-bets here so far.
Well, now that I see your
We got Isaac saying hello again from South Florida. Welcome, Isaac. Welcome to the channel. Welcome the AOP stream. Glad you could make it tonight.
You wanna see one?
Little South Florida.
What the hell's going on?
Going like this.
We got a straddled pot here from Fabian.
Do that for me, please.
Turn up the 5 of hearts.
That would be really interesting.
Oh my god, these are horrible. Look.
No, I can't.
You said yeah, it's your fault.
Thank you.
That's 10.
I haven't looked at the other one. I hope it comes flat.
Ooh, Brian bumping it up to $10 here with the 9-8 suited.
I was up to 10.
Nice suited connector. As you see though, none of these bets here pre-flop have been getting respected. Turn a nice little limped pot into a $62 pot.
5-4.
With 6 players going to this flop. Ooh, definitely a dicey flop as well. Lorraine hitting 2 pair here.
That's 30.
Oh, now I gotta look at the other one.
$30 bet from Lorraine.
You don't have to.
Might thin out this field a little bit. Tony with the queen 5. He showed the 5 of hearts pre-flop. Curious if he wants to try to maybe hit a backdoor heart draw. He is gonna fold.
There's that thought for a second. Vince.
Oh,
Vince
sorry.
was,
You can fold if you want.
No.
I'll raise it. I fold.
Taking over.
He's just giving Lorraine the pot.
Just this one time.
See a jack and a 5.
Is it okay if we flip it?
Yeah,
I had
it's all
9-8.
Oh, and 5 gets there.
Oh, there's a 5!
5 gets there.
Jack 5?
That jack would not have been a great card for Lorraine to see, where it would have negated her a 9 from her 2 pair with the king 9.
But I didn't know
But
that I had the
she ended up picking up that pot with a nice $30 bet.
You're not Shannon, you watched me do it.
The whole world watching.
Someone from Kazakhstan
You
watching.
guys are
That's right. I was there on that screen. Oh, it's worldwide now.
Right here.
The guy from Kazakhstan, I want to go to that game.
I'm gonna take a flight in.
And they said, well, I don't know if that's possible from Kazakhstan.
Alright.
Tony,
I won't look.
I switched on.
Tony,
I
you
switched
know what this is?
Richard,
You know what this is? This
What?
is your money.
No, it's
Lorraine
not.
just gave it to
I
me.
just gave it to you.
You took her card.
That's the only way you could get my
$2 to Lorraine.
That's dirty.
You can't win it.
A lot of little chirping here. It's such a great crew showing up to these live streams. Very lively crew, which is really nice to see on camera. Everybody having lots of fun. Makes it really fun for the viewer as well. But it's always nice to see some serious poker as well. As when these pots get serious. Taking your friend's money, nothing better than bragging rights.
I'll spoil that.
He's got a limped pot here. Lorraine limping in with the pocket sixes. Fabian says, I'm going to spoil it. Bumps it up to $12 here with the king 10.
You released the Kraken.
Lorraine is going to make the call. As is Brian with the queen 10.
I'm not folding. Something tells me calling is the right decision, so I can do on the flop.
I guess it means I gotta call, right?
I want to see how much continuation that is.
Like everybody's going to be calling. $64 in the middle. These are some big pots for the 1-1 game. Everyone is showing up here to play. A fantastic flop for Fabian, hitting the king high flush draw. He's the only person who has hearts out there. Guy ends up spiking the top pair with the ace-9 off.
Call.
Fabian firing out $20. Lorraine is going to make the call.
Time for Tony to say goodbye.
Tony folding the 8-6.
Can you sing that song, Tony?
Pardon me?
Ace. Ooh, that's going to be a great card for Guy to make him feel a little bit better. He's got top 2 here now.
All in 125.
He's going to shove all in, saying, I want this pot right now. It's a good sized bet. I like this. Putting Fabian in a pretty tough spot with that king 10 of hearts. He's going to fold the flush draw.
Oh, I'm gonna have to watch the river on this one.
Guy picking up that pot. See, a jack of spades would have came down on the river. That would have ended up giving... pretty sure that would have ended up giving Brian the straight, because he did have the queen 10, I believe, there. So great bet from Guy, putting maximum pressure on those players, taking down that pot and making those draws get out of the way and make them pay maximum price to get involved. Certainly saved him. Had Brian seen that river, would have been an ugly, ugly river.
Yeah, I think it's Oh,
Oh, we're going to the white side?
Well, maybe I shouldn't have. I just won.
You just won, and you went,
But it
Here
wasn't
we are,
on my
hand number
button.
34.
well, but it's still a dark side round, and you won a big pot, and you just jinxed yourself. You're
probably.
fucked this, Danny. I'd fold if I were you.
Really?
Lorraine with the
Aces at this point.
Cowboys, bumping it up $16
16 is the bet.
into a $2 pot.
I'll take your advice.
Everybody's going to get out of the way.
Kings I would have played, aces I would have folded.
Yeah.
Oh, now you're telling me just fold the king.
Fabian's going to join in on the fun with the queen 4 suited
I know, that's my bad.
in the small blind.
All right, heads up.
See, you should have played your kings.
Oh, Lorraine smashing top set.
Check.
I know what I'm talking about. Tony just looks like he's fucking crazy.
Bet is 35.
Not really
Fabian's going to
crazy,
try to
it's
take a
all
stab at it. $35.
I don't think they look crazy to me.
bad. Oh, you're a good guy. Lucas too.
I wouldn't.
He said it's been a while. I wouldn't either. But
Lorraine going for a min re-raise. 35. Fabian's just going to get out of the way as he was bluffing. She shows the top set. She's going to pick up that pot with the pocket kings. I'm surprised that she got a caller pre-flop. But it worked out. Fabian decided to gamble, playing with that queen 4, and took one stab at it, but it was not.
Yeah, but she overheard it.
Fortunately, Lorraine just flopped the nuts.
Just to let you know, Tony.
Can't blame Fabian for wanting to take a stab at that, especially when you're in a position where you know
Wait for it.
probably you're not going to win the pot. It's always worth it to take maybe a little stab at it.
No, I was going to.
Sometimes.
I got two left.
Really just comes down to your read.
Actions to Lorraine.
Call.
25 viewers over on YouTube. Welcome, everyone. If you guys are new to the channel, be sure to like and subscribe. It would be much appreciated. We can get this live stream out to more poker enthusiasts. Tony with the ace-king suited bumps it up to $12. Fabian also with the ace-king suited, but in hearts. Oh, he's just going to flat call. Figured we've seen some 3-betting pots, but it looks like it's going to allow Brian and Corey to get involved.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah,
definitely.
you couldn't get in.
They've been on
for
a
any
tear.
lessons.
I don't want to hear that.
Neither of the ace-kings really
Oh, yeah,
They won the last 6.
hit anything other than Tony. Tony hit the nut flush draw
They didn't play last night.
with the ace-king. Really good flop for him. $51 in the middle. Doesn't really look like anybody hit anything else, though, so a bet might just get through here. I like his sizing here. Firing out a $17 bet.
Oh, he just sold right up. Hallmark.
Get a little feeler bet out there, see who's interested in the pot. Maybe somebody's going to be chasing a lower flush draw, but no one's interested.
They weren't going on.
Yeah.
Tony, when you take a look at our VPIPs, Tony with an 88% VPIP. Lorraine, 68%. Bit shocking from Lorraine. As we see, Richard, 17% at the bottom.
He's good.
VPIPs. Always nice to see the VPIPs in the
They were interviewing him. I'm like, is this the fireman?
in the live stream. Give you an idea about who's getting involved in the pot.
Really younger?
If you're playing such a loose table, technically they always say tight is right in a situation like that.
And that's reps and I don't see you.
Yeah, well, I don't like the
Playing a more tight, aggressive strategy. We got hand number 36, so that was a sample size of 36 hands for those stats. It looks like Corey is going to limp in here with the queen 9.
Raise to 3.
Oh.
No, I got me.
He's got the
Tony.
smallest re-raise of the night.
Glad I have time before it gets bad.
Jamie raises it to 2. Tony raises it to 3.
It's a good raise.
This is what a 1-1 looks like.
This is
Still near.
Tilla's going to make the $3 call.
well done.
Just make it fun.
Lorraine's going to make a call. Shannon is going to make it $5.
I was gonna make it 4. You could do it next time.
Corey, okay.
Oh, fucking people on his shoulder saying, make it 50. Good Tony saying, just call. I don't know which one to listen to.
Evil Tony's saying make it 15. Good Tony's saying
Not
make it 30.
15.
15, no, 15.
Does reopen the action here.
Fine with Tony.
Tony wants to re-raise.
Oh,
He's just going to call here with the queen 10. Essentially, what seems to be like a little limped pot, a little strange pot.
Come on.
Seen some weird
Be good for me.
evil
min
Tony,
bets.
evil Tony, evil
A
Tony.
4-bet to $5. Technically what saying Shannon has here. The ace 9-7, 2 clubs down on the board. Jamie ends up hitting a king high flush draw. Brian ends up hitting the top pair.
Is it checked too many times?
Pesos? Yep, ace call.
Jamie fires out a $25 bet with his king high flush draw. Brian makes the call.
I know, it's very.
He's like, check.
Getting out the riffraff.
I was way back here and I had to move up here to grab chips.
Yes, yeah, I get it.
That's just heads up.
Alright, heads up.
The pot's now heads up. $91 in the middle. There's the club. Jamie hitting the king high flush draw, but Brian has the ace of clubs. This could be a disgusting river. Let's see what happens. Ooh, a paired river. Jamie firing out $50.
Flush, king high.
Yep.
Looks like the king high flush is gonna be good. $241 pot for Jamie. River probably made Brian feel a little bit safer with the ace down on the board and the 2 pair. Jamie making a comeback with his chip stack. $378 for him. Everybody's over $400, what it seems like, or at least half the table. So we're playing a little bit of a deeper 1-1 game.
Remember I played with him.
Oh yeah, you remember.
I prefer deeper stacks in a game like this.
Remember that back part last December.
Why do you ask, Shannon?
said he played that hand for you.
Oh,
Yeah, the king.
Because I beat him with king
You know
7 or
what?
something, you know?
King 3 beat you.
Yeah, king
Oh, I do
3.
remember that. Was that last time?
Action is to Corey. Oh, then straddle.
It was king 7.
Was it king 7?
Okay, action.
Suited.
Suited.
A garbage is
Well,
better
it's
if
gotta
it's
be
suited.
suited, that's right, it's gotta be at least suited. At least that makes sense.
Attila, a quote from Attila: "Garbage is always better when it's suited."
$2 straddle.
Is it 2?
I kind of like that. That seems like a saying that you would put on a shirt or something.
Option.
Garbage is always better when it's suited. I love it.
15 is the bet.
Corey making it $15 here with 10-9 suited.
Call. Call.
Yeah, okay.
Call. Call.
15 tons, what do you get? Another day older, deeper in bed.
Alright, 6 runners.
6 players headed into this flop. Ooh, that's a bit of an interesting one. Shannon has hit open-ended. Corey is also open-ended with the 10-9.
That bet is 20.
Nobody has any clubs. Richard has hit the mid-pair with the jack.
Oh, you are.
Richard is gonna fold.
Fold.
Lorraine's gonna fold. Both Shannon and Corey open-ended. The battle of the open-endeds.
Okay, heads up.
7.
Check.
Shannon here, still with the best hand with king high.
5. Can I grab me a water there? Tony, please?
Tony, lucky you folded.
$25 bet. Shannon is gonna make the call.
Turn.
There's the ace of clubs. There's the check mark for Shannon. Although it does complete the flush draw that was out on the board. Shannon does have the straight. Corey, unfortunately, has absolutely nothing. Is Shannon going to check it over to Corey? Maybe give him a chance to try to bluff at it.
That's 50.
No, but Shannon's going to fire at a $50 value bet. Maybe hoping that Corey possibly hit 2 pair. Or maybe he's going to make the call here with a queen or a jack. Fortunately, we see that Corey has absolutely nothing. He's going to fold.
Show the bluff. Show the bluff. Show the bluff.
Shit, tomorrow night on YouTube.
Lady of
Nice pot for Shannon.
I'm pretty sure you didn't have a block.
This is probably one of the deeper 1-1 games that we've seen, especially for the start. We're only, I believe, what, an hour and a half into the stream thus far, and stacks are everybody's sitting over $350 basically in front of them. Always nice for a nice deep cash game for a 1-1 game. See the money going in. Certainly won't be seeing the size of the pots like we have been seeing at the last live stream. If you guys missed that big one that we had on Sunday, the pop-up game, you know, I would highly recommend going to check that one out. It's a 7-hour stream. It's a long stream, but I do recommend watching it. It is certainly a good watch. You guys see some brand new players that you guys have never seen on the stream before, other than Brady. Brady was probably the only one that was on the stream.
Call. Call.
But it was definitely something to watch. It's like Attila's gonna bump it up $7 here with the ace jack. Gonna get the riffraff to call. Spiking the top pair here, jack kicker. Brian hitting 2 pair though with the ace 3. $36 in the middle. Brian fires out a half pot bet, $15.
45.
Attila is going to re-raise here, $45. And another re-raise from Brian. Ooh, this is getting dicey. A 3-bet to 115.
Yep, bring it up.
Attila with the top pair, jack kicker. Attila folding the ace jack.
2 pairs.
Reading the situation perfectly. He said he thinks Brian had 2 pair. Brian shows the 3.
Please set a pair of threes.
I believe we actually would have seen a jack come down on the turn. That would have been an absolutely disgusting pot to see with Attila end up hitting the better 2 pair over Brian. The stacks most certainly would have went in. Ooh. Luckily for Attila, or well, I should say luckily for Brian, Attila didn't end up making it to the turn, so the re-raise from Brian was certainly a good one. No sense in slow playing that one. You are out of position. Looks like we have a straddle in play.
I'm looking though.
Peter saying as well, ooh, he would have hit it.
Yeah, you guys have 2? Okay, yeah, sorry. Yeah. I just put it in as a straddle, that's why I was trying to figure all blind.
Gonna raise to $3 from Tony. Blind with the 8-2. Attila's gonna call blind. Lorraine is gonna make the call.
She ruins everything.
I ruined everything. What are you talking about? Look at this.
Oh, Shannon money's in there. We have to look, because we might have the opportunity to stack.
I lost your
Ooh, Corey has pocket kings after Shannon makes it $18. Corey's out of position to Shannon though. He's got $97 in his stack.
magnet. Yeah. It's a Tony chip magnet.
He's just gonna flat call. Wow. Jamie is going to 4-bet to 45 with the ace-7 off.
I know.
Starting to see some 3-betting, 4-betting.
Because we've been watching this. Turn this off.
45, what kind of crazy person?
Wow, unfortunately, Jamie's going to run into Corey's pocket kings here.
That's
Shannon with the ace-9 on the button decides to let it go.
Watch them play blind for $6.
Hold on, says 80? That's up, that's not right.
$80 all in.
After the 18. After the 18.
Peter saying Jamie looks like he stepped into doggy doo-doo, yeah. The ace-7 here. I mean, he does, you know, he does have the ace. We did see Shannon fold one of the aces, though, so his equity is a little bit lower. Typically in a situation like this, you're about 25%. But look at that. What a fantastic flop for Corey. Jamie's pretty much dead here.
Think you win, Clark.
Pocket threes, Jamie. No pocket threes.
See that one locked
Just a
up?
set of kings, just a measly set of kings. Corey picking up a $224 pot. With his kings, ended up getting all in with Jamie. Very nice. Brian still the top chip stack at the table, $452. Tony at $452 as well.
I can't even get a goddamn
Very good, very good. The stacks are decently sized. Always enjoy the start of the 1-1 game.
Yeah, the guy
Money starts to kind of, you know,
twice.
go in.
Did you do it twice?
Especially with the $10 bets. I mean, $120 in your stack. A lot of people calling off a tenth of their stack pre-flop.
Pot.
I hope you win. I don't want to win this.
No, but I seen a few weeks ago Kobe
Definitely
got
builds up
that.
the pot quick when there's a lot of people joining in.
Bringing it up again.
Gracious
Needle.
Lisa. I'm actually
I'll take my the $4. I'm glad to put it in the right.
Oh, no, we'll do the bottle like
It could have been always bigger.
32 viewers over on YouTube. Welcome everybody over on YouTube. You guys are killing the streaming numbers yet again as usual. If you guys are checking that out, do me a favor, hit the like button over on YouTube. It does help push the stream out to a few more viewers.
like to look at their cards.
But they were supposed to fold, like you said.
And if you're enjoying what you're watching and you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe. Let me know in the chat where you're from.
We're good. Oh, I can't raise. I couldn't raise either.
That's right, you blind raised. Yeah. I was thinking that you had that. No, I checked.
Jack 7-4.
I'm gonna look- I look up-
Tony ends up hitting a top pair here. Fabian's in here with ace queen.
Call.
okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Attila here with the pocket threes.
Call.
He is going to call.
$12. Call. Hold.
saw your cards, so.
Last hand.
5 players.
This hand or last hand? Oh, because that's what I was
Check.
doing.
Check.
Looks like the board pair is $90 in this pot.
Check.
Jamie ends up spiking trip forward, giving him most of the equity in the spot, and there's the check mark for Jamie.
Check.
Hoping someone's going to take a stab at it, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Tony checked the Jack 3. Fabian's going to take a stab at it. $30 with the Ace Queen. Tilla with pocket threes. It's going to fold. Jamie's just going to call with the 4-2.
Fold. Fold 3 4s. Okay.
Yep, you're good.
Here, they hold out for you.
You fell right into his trap there.
Yeah, I did.
Look at our pre-flop betting percentages. Tony at the top. Tony dominating the stats at this cash game. 45%. Shannon is the next at 20%.
Maybe. Not sure.
I hope everybody is enjoying the cash game thus far. We do have some deeper stacks, usually deeper than we usually see on the 1-1 game this early. So it's hopefully it makes for a really good stream. Hopefully we start seeing some some decent sized pots. I mean, actually every pot has pretty much been decent. A lot of the $10 to $12 bets pre-flop have been absolutely getting not respected at all, getting 5 or 6 callers, which is just a bit shocking. Building up these pots going before a flop very quickly.
So quiet.
Unintended.
It's a call. Oh, it's
Looks
5.
like Attila is gonna call here
I heard 6.
with pocket, or no, it looks like he raised a 5 with pocket 9s. Lorraine with a fun hand, the 10-8 suited. I love that 10-8 suited. It's definitely a fun hand to play. Fabian is gonna make the call as well as Lorraine crushed in the suits department, as well as Tony. All the hearts seem to be out there. I'll be shocked if hearts come down. How about
$5.
3 aces for Fabian? That's not so bad. Spade draws out there, but nobody has any spades. Tillo would certainly love to see a 9 on the turn, or river, giving him a boat. It's gonna get checked around. $40 in the middle. Queen of spades, definitely a dicey card. Attila has the highest spade out of everybody. $17 bet from Fabian. Attila's gonna fold the pocket 9s. Like everybody's gonna get out of the way. Brian ended up hitting the queen on the turn. Has no spade in his hand. Is he a believer of Fabian? Brian is going to make the call here.
All right, heads up. One of the guys got a royal flush in Omaha. Yeah.
Spencer.
The first royal on stream anyway.
Ace.
Wow, Fabian's going to check behind. Might be worried about that flush.
3 pair beats an ace, is it?
Flushes and straights and stuff. That was
Fabian picking up that pot with the ace 7. Definitely worried about that spade coming down on the turn, but that, Brian just had queen 10.
The ace also plays into small turn.
Certainly not a great shape against the 3.
He's like that block was too.
That's right. If that's the case, I had
Some rules, but the problem is that somebody else has the
640.
same picker.
Yeah, that's right.
The ace will hit, you'll be like, all right, I'm good. Wait, you don't need a picker.
Or they'll have the royal flush.
Extra bases. Pocket queens would have been a fold. Turn it off.
Hold. Call. Raise to 12. Hold.
Bet is $12.
Call. Call. $12. Fold.
Checking the smoke.
3 players. Check. First check. Yeah, check.
I got a 4-card straight.
Jamie with the pocket queens.
Yeah,
A
but
little
you
bit
win.
scared of those 2 aces out on the board. Is going to play it a little bit slow.
You can fall, that's why I draw my hand.
Oh, yeah.
So, what did you say, Rick? What are the hands that? Is it pocket queens and what?
And then that comes up.
And then pocket, I
That's the only reason why you played it too, right?
Little pocket queens for Jamie.
I know you were, but it was just really weird. I looked at you, as soon as you said pocket queens, I looked at it.
I didn't
He
even go
does that,
inside.
he does that. I was sitting beside him, he called my full house when it flopped the full house.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna flop. I can only see 8 9 clubs. That's a
I
pretty
know.
good. Pretty handy.
Hey, it's enough.
You had 8 9 of clubs? I had 5 deuce of clubs.
That's all right.
No wonder I didn't get any clubs. You got
Right?
You got a straddle in play for this hand.
There you go.
Attila
I'm out right there.
Straddle and play.
putting in the $2 onto the gun.
Bring that to Richard. Bet is 12.
$12 seems to be the magic number, right?
That's a blindfold.
Richard bumped it up to $12.
Call.
Lorraine making the call here with the pocket nines. Shannon calling with queen 8. Everyone looking to bust Richard.
Yeah, I know, eh?
Richard is no different than anyone else. None of his raises getting respected tonight. See a massive $61 pot here pre-flop. See if Richard can make something happen. Definitely a very dry board, 7-2-10.
25 on the bet.
$25 bet from Richard. Peter saying, attaboy, Richard. Raise with that ace queen. Peter cheering on Richard tonight. That $25 bet. Gonna make it through here. Attila with the queen 4 suited. He's gonna fold. Richard's gonna take down that pot.
I don't always have.
Shows the ace queen.
Beats me.
Wanna try it again?
You could have called it.
All right, that's my bluff for the month.
That wasn't a bluff.
Semi-bluff.
I had an ace high.
Yeah,
Ace queen.
8
Still an
queen.
ace high.
Backdoor flush draw.
You had the best hand.
Yeah, you had the best hand.
So I bluff with the best hand.
Now,
For me, that's a big step. If I don't hit, I bet.
Action is to Richard.
Yeah, not that time. I'm gonna calm down. My
Call.
phone is on. My aces are better now.
One small step for me,
Aces are better.
a big step for humanity.
Bet is 11.
An $11 bet here from Brian.
Well, you feeling satisfied now, Teddy? Because I can go on busting you up all night.
I'm gonna better watch that.
We got a bot over on Kick with a little follow. Not even gonna bother reading that message.
35 is the bet.
Thought I just seen pocket aces here. Pocket aces from Guy. 3-betting here to 35. Brian is gonna continue with the 5-3. $74 pot.
Actually, I should have called that. Peter would end up having to take a shot. Peter commented on one of the streams that every time I call with ace queen, it should be a drinking game, because I always call. So I should have just called and made him do a shot.
Wow, top set now for Guy.
Action is
Definitely a little bit of a wet board here, though.
check.
A lot of Broadway boards. Fortunately, Brian has absolutely nothing of that, so
Peter.
he's got nothing to worry about. Shows the aces. Wow, 4 hearts would have came down. Guy kind of getting a little bit unlucky when it comes down to the community cards.
I'll keep it there.
Even with the aces there and hitting 4 hearts down the board, definitely a little bit gross. But Guy's going to pick up a nice pot with the aces. Brian making a very loose call with the 5-3, trying to
I almost folded them when I saw them. 'cause you
Spice it
don't
up a
care
little
to
bit.
fold them if I get them, so
Not that high. We're gonna hit a set.
I was
Wah. Yeah, got a good, so far, a great stream. Definitely a lot of money being thrown around for a 1-1 game. Good 30 viewers over on YouTube, so big shout out to you guys dominating the numbers. 12 over on Facebook. Welcome everybody from over on Facebook.
The other night on it. I was curious, just for more for Omaha than anything, but. Oh.
King 10 suited for Tony.
Oh.
Firing out a $10 bet here.
Fold. Call. $10 is that. Call. Call.
Tony in the pot with the riffraff, $51 in the middle. 5 runners going to this flop. There's top pair for Tony.
Check. 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 That's 15.
Little $15 bet from Tony. Little feeler bet.
Call.
See who's interested in here.
Call.
Guy and Jamie are going to make the call with the open-endeds.
Alright, 3 players.
There's the pair of queens. 10 coming down. The last 10 in the deck would not be a good card for these players. Tony would have the best hand with the king 10 over their 2 pair. Would put a 4-card straight out there, so we probably wouldn't see money come in or go into the pot that way, but it's like everyone's going to check. Oh, there it is. The straight. All 3 players end up having the straight on the river. Jamie checks. Tony bets $50. He's going to call. Jamie's going to call, saying it's probably just a split pot.
And that when you even said 10.
They all had the nuts. Surprised nobody raised that.
We're all sucking on till the river.
Yeah, they did all have the nuts there with the 10, but maybe they just maybe they're just figured it's probably going to be a split anyway. Not a big deal.
I was praying for the 9.
But you never know. Look at our aggression frequency. Tony top percentage 43%. Tony dominating tonight with the stats. He has the highest VPIP and the highest aggression frequency. Good old Tony. Definitely loving to spice up these games.
They used to have a round penalty, actually. They just called the nuts. They didn't re-raise me.
Ah.
Technically, I could go because I checked the nuts.
You're allowed to check the nuts, but when I bet the 50, you're supposed to re-raise me. That would be a round penalty at the casino.
Yes.
Wasn't there 3 clubs out on the board?
No, there were 2 clubs.
Oh, yeah.
There was
No,
no
there was
flush.
no,
If
there
you
was no
call,
flush.
no flush, they have to.
There was no flush there.
They all have the nuts.
They
We all had the
nuts,
nuts.
and everyone
Nobody
else
raised.
was- Yeah.
So they need, no, you need to fold.
Tony's stirring it up.
Fuck home.
Go home. You know what?
Talking about how none of the players are raised with the nuts.
I'll take my penalty.
He's not even.
Saying that you guys got a round penalty.
You ain't even supposed to be in the hand.
Bastards. You're supposed to be raising me.
Son of a bitch.
Lorraine, 13.
13?
Fold. Call.
Technically, you're allowed to call because there was action after you. The only one that would have got the penalty would have been James.
That actually was all in the
Jamie with the ace queen. Ooh, what a flop for Attila. Flopping the flush draw as well as an open-ended with the 10-8-9 out on the board.
I knew it was going to be a three-way job.
He called it.
As soon as he called the 50
Getting checked
grand,
over to Attila. Attila's going to fire at a $16 bet.
Yeah, but we couldn't create more work for Dave, and that's always fun.
That's okay. Yeah, just splash the pot. Don't even.
Right? This much.
That way we would have been going with tablet numbers. 3 players.
Ooh, make it a little bit better for Attila, hitting that king. Now he has a top pair. No longer drawing, and he now does have the best hand. 86% for him.
That is 35.
$35 bet. Jamie with the ace queen. King did give him a jack now as an out. Well, I guess he had the out, that jack as an out the entire time, but
I didn't make that.
would have gave him the nut straight, but now with the jack,
Bird
the
will
king
go
out
around
on the
later
board.
and eat it.
That's true. Bird will come and fly around.
Attila picking up a nice pot, $124.
I haven't had
I didn't hear anything.
What's that?
Were you whacked out?
Said I had the
Okay.
No, I said I would have had that.
Surprised, but took
I'll keep it a
a
secret
couple of
then.
the birds, I gave her one first one. When I go to hand another one, I thought, you know, she could drop it. So I put it in her food dish, and she looks around at the food dish.
It's getting a little cold down in this basement. I'm gonna go quickly grab a sweater, an all-out poker sweater. Maybe we'll have some merch for you guys at some point. Let me know in the chat if you guys would want an all-out poker sweater. Maybe we'll get something worked out.
Strudel, 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 strudel.
Alright, action. Jamie. Fold. Call.
Bet.
There's another piece just
20.
under the damn screen. Honey, I like that.
Call.
Ah, I'm gonna start bringing more money.
Alright, 4 runners.
2 hours already? Morning,
Next to Brian.
Okay, I'm back. Birds flying around like crazy down here. Looks like we got a decent sized pot. $84 in the middle.
Okay, yeah.
28.
Guy with the top pair, Queen Jack, firing out $28. Fabian with the Queen 10,
La, la, la,
out kicked by Guy.
Call.
That's what you see on camera. And it's
I've got to do my, I have to do my
Marco
basic.
in the chat over on YouTube,
yoga.
like always support. Don't forget to like, always support from Siberia. I don't even know how to say that.
Yoga.
For American Bro.
No, this lady-
Lucas says, "Yes, I want some merch. Maybe we'll get something going. I do have. I am working on a new little project, a side project here for the channel. You know, still kind of in the early stages of it. Hopefully, I'll get my sample here in a couple weeks. But I'll be introducing that. I would love to know what your guys' thoughts are on it. Ace on the river. It looks like Guy's Jack kicker is still going to be the best kicker here. $30 bet. Yeah, I don't even know how to say it, Marco. Sorry.
Queens. 10.
So many countries out there.
Yeah.
Guy with the Jack kicker picking up a $310 pot. Wow. Big pot. Now Guy's the biggest stack at the table. $445. $445. Very nice. Yeah, this is one of the hoodies that I was, it was like a sample that I got. Just all out poker. I love it just because it has the, I don't know, it has like a green satin lined hood. I love that part of it. It just kind of sticks out the colors. I don't know, I probably wouldn't get white. White I probably wouldn't get. It's the black ones tend to be, it's probably the ones that I would end up getting worked out. But again, it's just, you know, a little project. Maybe just get something worked out here in the future.
Brian, travel and play.
That's why I thought 30 on the river. I gotta go.
I was gonna go 55 and
Yeah.
thought I had my 3 chips in my hand and they fell on my
I might have let it go for 55, but for 30 I was in there for sure.
12.
That is 12. Fold.
Guy bumping it up to $12 here with Ace Queen.
Fold.
Richard folding the 10-9 suited. Looks like we have a bunch of limpers into this pot. say limpers, but they all call it the $12. A bunch of players into the spot, $60 in the middle.
5 players.
Wow, what a flop.
Alright, let's go.
2 diamonds out on the board. It's getting checked around. There's the 10, ace 10 for Jamie.
Check. Check. Bet is 30.
$30 bet from Jamie here with top pair, top kicker. Action is now to Corey. Only running to 3 5s that are left in the deck.
Call.
Peter saying some of that all-out poker popcorn would hit the spot right now. I do have some left over. There's that diamond on the river. Corey hitting the pair of 3s on the river. Gonna try to take a stab at it. $50 or $45 is the bet.
Call. Pair 3s. 10.
Ace 10's gonna take it. $210 pot headed Jamie's way. Now Jamie's biggest stack of the table, almost $500 in his stack, 496.
Don't
I got up.
listen to him.
You didn't see me? I got up. No. I walked around.
Oh, you've won a few hands.
Didn't work.
Now Peter's got me craving some of that all-out poker popcorn. Certainly would be good. It looks like the bird's eating a little bit of that popcorn too.
Nice and a nice
You can see
way.
her; she does have a little bit on her cage.
'Cause I know your wife.
She's sitting there eating it as well. She loves it. She loves the
I'll probably tell her.
loves the little popcorn machine. It is some really good popcorn. I'm not gonna lie. You'll see some of the players eating it out as well out on the table.
Get the old wooden spoons or something.
Some nice little free snacks.
She uses a belt.
Don't commit
If I
commit
call
any
50
crimes on
cents, can I
camera.
play one card?
What's that?
Don't commit any crimes on camera.
Yeah, right. I'm not. I'm accusing her. What'd you say? You wanted to bet 50 cents?
Yeah, just play one card.
Call. Call.
I heard the dogs love more than you.
My what?
The dog is loved more than you.
Yeah.
Pick 4 players.
Yeah.
4 players headed into this.
Check.
Ace, King, 10, 2 clubs down on the board. Tony with the best hand with the
That is 28.
King. Also has some backdoor diamond draws. Looks like Shannon's going to try to take a stab at it. With the Jack 9, no one showed any interest into this pot.
Work gets in the way.
Firing out $28. Corey's going to make the call.
And a pregnant wife.
Ah, there you go.
She worries if I stay out too late, so.
Mine worries if I come home too soon.
That's exactly.
Check.
Shannon now hitting the backdoor flush draw.
How much did you lose?
Yeah, that's exactly. That is exactly what my.
You like
Putting
to see
Corey
me-
all in.
You like to see me come home at 2 in the morning.
See that
See? It
Shannon
worked.
wouldn't have hit anything.
Totally. Don't do it.
I did the same thing. He was gonna, nope, put it down.
Don't do it.
One more time.
No. Corey might hit me.
Starting to look pretty pissed off.
Corey doesn't get pissed off. He gets even.
No, he just cries.
That's the big one.
They all stole my move.
Let me know what kind of, Peter's been talking about the popcorn in the chat. Let me know what kind of snacks you guys have at your home games. Something I've been always thinking about getting a hot dog roller. Just getting some hot dogs on there. That'd be something for the players. I think that would be good.
Call. Call.
You know, people tend to just have like a big table filled with different chips and stuff like that. Oh, Richard here has my favorite hand, pocket jacks, bumping up $15 with this straddle in play. I like the size of his bet here.
Call.
Does get 3 players to tag along. Oh, there's the ace.
Check. Check. Check.
All 3 players deciding to check.
Check. Check.
Nobody has a diamond either. Jamie ends up catching up at that king on the river.
Jack.
Shows the jacks. Jamie's going to show the king. $50 pot headed Jamie's way. Look at our VPIPs. Tony, 82% VPIP. Jamie, 68. Everyone's hovering around the 60 to 50% mark.
I know my mistake, but
Really large VPIPs.
difficult to change who I am.
Peter saying, I used to put out a charcuterie. I can't even say that. I know what that is, though. Charcuterie board.
That would have been
My infamous buffalo chicken hot dip. Interesting.
Oh, I know my mistake. It's just.
Buffalo
if we
chicken
can do it
hot
all
dip.
over
Mm.
again, I'll bet. Yeah.
Next time we'll have the flush.
That's the thing, right?
Definitely like some buffalo chicken wings. Although nothing like getting your fingers all nice and greasy for all the cards on the chips. I guess it's no different than any popcorn, but popcorn seems be a little bit drier.
Call.
Nothing like licking your fingers or something after touching all these dirty chips that everybody keeps touching. We got ourselves a limp pot. $14 in the pot. Lorraine flopping a king high flush draw, but not better than Richard's ace jack of diamonds, flopping the world here. Firing out a $10 bet.
Call. Fold.
Lorraine is going to call. Richard also has the top pair. Quite a bit of percentages here. Some of the players are looking to try to take this pot
3 players.
from Richard. Tony calling with the 7-2. Ooh, dirty. Wow, Tony ends up hitting 2 pair with the 7-2. Very unlucky for Richard. Richard firing out $20.
Call.
Lorraine is going to be chasing that diamond all the way down to the river. Makes the call here with the $20. What's Tony want to do? He does hit 2 pair. Got pretty lucky.
Good old night bot.
Oh, the nice bot.
55. That's a night bot.
It's going to re-raise to 55. Richard quickly calls.
It's my moderator for my chat. Call.
Please stop, Jake.
Yeah. Well, people
Three
are
ways,
putting
$209.
stuff in the chat. Night bot.
Lorraine, wow, ends up hitting the river here with the king 7. A better 2 pair than Tony with the 7-do.
Stop spamming and stuff. So.
Tony going for some value, firing out a $50 bet, hoping somebody's going to call with like a top pair. Richard gets out of the way. Lorraine with the king at 7, the better 2 pair.
7 deuces.
Very unlucky for Tony, even though he got a little bit lucky on the turn. Tony in a good spot to try to take down that pot, but Lorraine takes it and steals it from him.
There was no raise.
That king on the river, $393 now in Lorraine stack. That was a dirty, definitely a dirty board with the 2 diamonds out on the board. Richard with the ace jack. It was a limped pot though. I mean, Tony ended up losing a little bit of money just because it was a limp pot. He got in there really cheap with the 7 deuce. Ended up getting crushed in the 2 pair department. Very unlucky for Tony, but it is what it is. That is poker, ladies and gentlemen. Peter saying, oh no, just a disaster for Richard. Very unlucky for Richard.
$10 is the bet. Fold.
I know I could bust 50. No, not like that. Wrong color, Tony.
Oh, fuck.
Yep.
Tony 3-betting to $50 here with the 9-4.
Yeah. Actually, it's good, Tony.
Tony folds.
Not a good hand.
Attila's gonna fold. Tony shows the 9-4, spicing up the game. 3-betting out of position here to Attila.
Dave,
Yep.
can I email you too?
Yep. Tony coming to play. Let me know if you guys in the chat are cheering for Tony. I know there's a big group of players that tune into the stream typically on the Wednesday nights and is cheering. I hear they've been cheering for Tony and they're screaming, Tony! And he wins a pot. So Tony there coming to play here, 3-betting. Tony certainly does have some fans.
It's only 40 more. It's $40.
I know. Well, it's a lot.
That's like 10 big max.
We got ourselves a straddle in play from Attila.
I'm gonna bet a big max.
Are you?
Seb saying, love Tony play.
I'm so bad about going to the casino after, going to McDonald's after the casino.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, 'cause it's right there.
It's just right there, and it's like kind of on my way home, so I'm like,
It's the only thing open.
it gets a little detour, but
It's the only thing open when you're hungry.
Shannon here with a
it's become a joke,
9-7
so I'm like,
suited.
is your ice cream machine working? No, it isn't. Like, I just know it's
Well,
not.
not at
It's just
3
like I
a.m.
ask every time.
At 3 a.m.?
Yeah, yeah.
No.
Ace King for Brian. Ace King suited is just going to flat call here in the
I
cutoff.
just want a milkshake,
After a
that's
nice
all.
victory, you gotta treat yourself.
Absolutely.
You're gonna have a nice evening when you're
Usually just because I come home and watch some TV and stuff, I can't.
That's when you're winning at the casino and you're leaving. Now I'm gonna tweak myself.
Yeah, dessert and everything. You're getting your meal, your drink.
Wow, what a flop for Shannon. Hitting 2 pair here with the 9-7.
26 is the bet.
$26 bet.
Call.
Brian is going to call with the Ace King of clubs.
Oh yeah, they're after five.
Certainly not in a
Actually,
great
sometimes
spot
they
here.
last late.
There's the check mark for Shannon. Brian can no longer win this hand.
But you can just have them.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
take them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's 50.
$50 bet from Shannon.
They have to throw out the certain time they have to throw out the product.
Shows the Ace King suited. Tells everybody again at the table how much he hates this hand.
You had it twice tonight, though. You won.
I had it 3 times.
Well, yeah.
I don't know. Ace King suited is a fantastic hand pre-flop. A bit surprised we're not seeing some more 3-betting at this table. There's been tons of opportunity for it, tons of situation. We've seen Tony 3-bet with the 9-4 out of position, taking down the pot.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
If it works again,
order a pizza.
if it
They
works
do. The
again-
pros do say that at the lower stakes, they say the players just do not 3-bet enough at the table. So, I mean, this is a perfect
Or
situation.
even get up and get. Oh,
Bottom one's this one.
well, it was gonna work.
Yeah.
Access to Lorraine. Hold. Hold. Call.
Corey limping in here with the Ace Jack.
Raise 17.
Brian bumping it up to 17 in the hijack.
Call.
Fabian's going to call with the pocket threes.
What's that?
Shot deal.
Hold. Call.
Corey is going to make the call.
Six more players. 17. 6 of them. Oh wait a minute. You put in.
27.
Yeah, you put in 27. Yeah.
15.
No 10.
10.
Everybody's screwing me up, throwing numbers at me all the time.
Oh my God, yeah.
Terrible with the mental math. Definitely would not be able to handle dealing any of the larger games. The low stakes games, not so bad.
40. Check.
It's definitely a long night. It's been a long couple days of streaming. We've been putting in, this is the second stream that we put in so far this week, especially with the pop-up game.
Oh really?
It's a great card for Corey to come down. Now he has the gut shot straight with the ace of clubs as well. 3 clubs down on the board.
I've worked in a warehouse for like most of my life, so it's like there's
A lot of swearing going on.
a lot of swearing, and in the construction world, so there's a lot of swearing. Yeah. Yeah, it's like
Swear it all. I'm a girl.
$30 bet from Corey.
Good up that boy, Shannon.
heads up.
Brian versus Corey. Brian's going to get the check mark.
For construction, I heard 37 swear words in the span of a minute. That is going to be a sturdy building. I love that joke.
Corey's gonna give up here. Brian, $129 in the pot. $35 bet. Brian picking up that nice little pot.
Right. It didn't work for me last time, so you can
$401 now in his stack.
put it on your head or something. Sometimes
Everybody with a pretty decent sized stack at this cash game. Certainly a little bit deeper than what we usually see. And usually there's always like one person that is just really, really high. There hasn't really been this as this cash game. Everybody's just sitting around the $400 mark. Which is kind of nice, kind of keeps it even, right? Makes the plays a little bit more interesting as well.
that one there was a good one. I can keep it.
Actions to Lorraine. Fold. Fold. That's 17.
Attila here with a suited connector, 9-8 suited, facing a $17 bet from Brian with the ace king, his favorite hand.
Check two, Brian.
Attila's gonna check blind. Attila hitting the pair of nines. Brian completely missing. $15 bet. Attila's gonna call. Ooh, trip nines for Attila. Quickly checking over to Brian. Brian's gonna check behind, looking for an ace or king. There's the boat now for Attila. $66 in the middle. Goes for some value. Fires out a $30 bet.
I hate this hand.
Telling everybody again how much he hates it. Shows the ace king. Attila telling him it was a good fold. It was a good fold. He did have the boat there. Very good. Peter saying Brian has the ace king following him all night. When I get a hand that follows me all night, it's usually 9-2 off. Ooh, that's not a very good hand, Peter. Certainly not a good hand. But as long as you're hitting with it, that's all that really matters. Denise saying good evening all. Welcome, Denise. Welcome to the chat. Denise hanging out over on YouTube. Hope you're all doing well tonight.
Count your stacks and I can tell you after this hand.
Call.
Sneaky.
Knock over your 25s there.
$16 pot. Looks like a little limped straddled pot.
8 players.
Looking like Richard flops open-ended. Oh, excuse me. Open-ended. Lorraine has the gut shot with the jack 9. Corey hits top pair. Everybody hits a little piece of it. But this equity is pretty spread around with all the players on the pot. Attila's going to make the call. Wow, this pot certainly built up quick. We have 5 runners here to the turn. $91 in the middle.
5 players. Check.
There's the pair of nines
That's 25.
for Richard. He's going to check it.
Call. Fold. Call. Call. 4 players.
Checking it over to Corey, who has the check mark here with the top pair.
55.
$55 bet.
Fold.
$246 in the middle. Action is now to Lorraine. Also hit the pair of nines. She's just not going to believe Corey. She's going to fold. Corey picking up a nice size pot. Corey now $360 in his stack. Doing quite well now after picking up that one. You see, Denise is in the chat saying that nice to see some different faces. Yeah, there have been a few different faces throughout these live streams, especially with the one that we had on Sunday. That one was fairly pretty much an entire new lineup of players. That one was an awesome stream. This one here, yeah, there's we do see some familiar faces as well as a couple faces that we haven't seen really at these live streams too often. So it does kind of mix it up a little bit. See Jamie here in the straddle, or no, it looks like he's just going to call the $2 straddle. The ace-6 suited. Brian with the ace-queen suited is just going to call as well. Tony's going to bump it up to 12 with the king-queen off. Ace-king for Fabian. Ace-king suited. Calling the $12. Attila with ace-king. Just going to call as well. Why are we not seeing any 3-betting? This is like, yeah, like I'm giving you guys the cards. Why are we not 3-betting in these spots? That's all right. You guys play the way you want. I'm just, as I said, I'm a firm believer of it. But these are just some premium hands that we're seeing here. We're seeing 5 and 6 ways pots. Here we go. Brian with the limp. Now 3-betting to 52 with the ace-queen. Here we go. Now we go. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I wanted to see.
158.
Fabian putting it all in here with the ace-king suited. 158.
How much is it?
Attila now in a pretty tough spot with the ace-king off. Really has to. Now he's kind of in a bit of a squeeze position where we had Brian who did the limp re-raise, which is usually a really sign of strength.
158 all in. Oh yeah, sorry.
And then we have the shove behind now
That's
with
why you
Fabian.
folded, yeah.
I folded.
You induced me $10.
Wow, did Attila fold? He did fold. Wow, Attila folds the ace-king off in that spot.
158 all in.
All the aces seem to pretty much be out, and all the kings seem to be out. Seen Attila fold the ace-king. We have Jamie's got an ace, Brian's got an ace, so all the aces are out.
Oh, I have one on my card.
3 of the kings were out. Tony has one of them. What a great spot this would be for some lower type hand, like a little suited connector against these hands. As long as it's not the same suits. But now Brian's in a weird spot. He has Tony behind who called his 3-bet. Ryan is just going to call the all-in with the ace-queen, and now Tony. Tony's in a bit of a weird spot here now with the king-queen.
Yeah.
A lot of monkeys in the middle. Attila was in a similar situation with the ace-king, and he folded it. Let's see if Tony can manage to fold the king-queen here. He is absolutely crushed by both of these hands, where they have him dominated on both of his cards. Tony, wow, Tony's going to make the call. Wow, we got a massive pot happening here. $523 in the middle. Pre-flop.
Same pot.
Wow, great flop for Brian. Has the ace high flush draw, 2 overcards. Just gonna put it all in here. Fortunately, this is kind of a bad spot for Tony. Tony, I think, is gonna have to throw away his hand here. He's just gonna have the all-in pot versus Fabian, but he is crushed with from the ace king. Needs the diamond. Can he hit the diamond? Oh, there's the king. Cannot get there though. Fabian showing the ace king. Shows the ace queen suited. Huge pot for Fabian. $523 headed his way. Again, you would forget that this is a 1-1 game. Puts Fabian at the top chip stack at the table. He does have the biggest stack now after that pot. Wow. I was a little worried there. I'm not going to lie to you. I was pretty worried. I was worried we were just going to see a 6 or 7 way pot with a couple ace king suiteds and ace king and ace queen suiteds. Luckily, yeah, I'm going to thank Brian for that one, for reopening the action yet again with the ace queen, because that pot would have made me angry. That would have made me angry.
It didn't work for me, so I must be.
Let me know what you guys think about that and how those players played it. I think the hands played themselves for the most part. Top premium hands, the ace queen suited, ace king suited. Those are top hands in the ranking chart. I'm a bit shocked that Attila ended up folding the ace king as well. I think he recognized there that he's probably going to be crushed. So great fold by Attila. Kind of in a bit of a tough spot where he's going up against suited hands and. We got pocket 8s for Jamie. Calling a bet. $17 bet from Tony, as well as Brian and Lorraine get involved.
Yeah, I'm starting to get low too.
2-5-4. Overpair for Lorraine and Jamie. $70 in the middle. Firing out a $40 bet. Looks like $35 bet. Jamie going to re-raise to 75. With the overpair, get out the riffraff. Denise saying, good for Fabian, bravo. Corms is saying, yeah, that was a crazy hand for sure. It's definitely a big pot.
11, sometimes 12. It really depends.
Yeah.
Wow, Lorraine is going to call the re-raise here. $220 in the pot. Oh, gross. Lorraine ends up spiking the set on the turn. Jamie shoving all in on Lorraine.
Perfect. That'll buy if we're talking about getting a mix.
Surprised Lorraine's not snap calling here. She must be worried about the straight. Jamie isn't drawing dead, though. 6 will give him a straight. 8 also gives him a better set. Lorraine does make the call. So it looks like it wasn't an all-in bet. I think Jamie, his intention was probably to put Lorraine all in, but it wasn't an all-in bet. There's the 5. There's the boat for Lorraine.
Okay. Full house. Woman power, girls.
Lorraine, wow, picking up a massive pot, $737.
Wow.
Wow, that's probably got to be the biggest pot of the night.
Oh, I
think she owes me $4.
What, only 4?
Yeah, but I'm not good at 6, my apologies.
I don't know what I had left.
She had 16. Yeah. 10.
Me and Russian.
Wow, what a pot for Lorraine. Definitely a nice turn card for her. Jamie probably felt a little bit better about that card not being an overcard and his eights still being the overpair. Fortunately, that was a massive pot. Lorraine, $700 and some now in her stack. Wow, we're starting to see some bigger pots tonight compared to what we usually see on the 1-1 game.
Okay, got a straddle in play.
We got a straddle in play. And it looked like Tony's going to blind bet to 16.
Bet of 16.
Call.
Fabian's going to call the $16 with the 8-7.
That's blind.
Yeah.
Just blind, Tony? That's blind.
Fun doesn't pay for itself.
Attila with the ace-3 suited.
45.
Raising to $45. Worms is saying in the chat too. Yeah, definitely a nice hand for Lorraine. That a magical turn card. Tony shoving all in here. Blind with Jack 4 off. Attila quickly calling. A blind hand. Tony. Tony ends up spiking a 4 on the river, and he's going to win that one. Wow. Fairly big pot for Tony. $192 pot. Denise says, nice hand, Lorraine. Girl power. Girl power.
7-8 suited, almost. Well,
Trying to get this mic set up there. It's bugging me.
I wanted to win for that.
Girl power for Lorraine. Yeah, that was a massive pot. Definitely certainly a big one here.
You asking me? If I let it ride, will you call me?
Magical turn card.
If I put it all in blind, will you call?
Right now?
Not right now.
We have a $2 straddle in play from Tony.
Straddle.
Checking in the smoke.
Suited connectors are too fun to let go sometimes. Too, but
Bet 17.
Rain gonna flat call the $2 here with pocket sevens.
Call.
for you, Dave.
Corey with the king at jack, bumping up to $17. Wow, none of these raises getting respected. $102 in this pot pre-flop. Wow, every pot seems to be 6 ways. What is going on tonight?
Check. Check, check. Action to Lorraine.
Monotone board here with the diamonds. 7-7 again for Lorraine. See if she can make it happen. Although she doesn't have a 7 of diamonds in her hand, so she does hit her set. It won't be good. You see Jamie actually has a 7 with the 7-4 that he just folded. Shannon firing out a $45 bet here with top pair.
Lineman hits again.
Shannon picking up that pot. Yeah, Denise is even saying, too, there was no diamond in anybody's hand in that pot. Look at our aggression frequency. Tony, 42%, leading the pack in aggression. Everyone's hovering around the 30% mark to 20% mark.
Can't run a heater if you don't.
See, Guy is actually going to straddle here.
Raise blind.
Again, this is pretty much, now that the stacks are getting a little bit deeper,
Okay, straddle in play.
15 blind?
starting to see some pots. This isn't even really a 1-1 game anymore.
Bomb pot right here.
Looks like we got $15 bet. I think it might be blind from Fabian, and then a 3 bet The $30 blind from Attila.
All in 122.
Jamie shoving all in here, 6-5 suited. My God, people are just throwing around money tonight at the 1-1 game.
I cheated. I looked for more.
I don't think that's all cheating.
It's all playing the game.
That's pretty smart.
Yeah.
It's all being smart.
131 is the all in.
$131 all in from Jamie with the 6-5 suited. Tony says, let's gamble. I'm ready to gamble tonight. $175 all in.
Yeah.
Wow, I looked.
Attila with the 9-3 putting in the blind $30 bet.
I fold.
What?
And he says, I think my aggression rating is 2%.
You're out. Oh, I'm out too.
I wanted to.
Fabian folds. Attila doesn't even really want to look. He wants to make the call.
No, I'm not looking. How much is?
I'm not looking how much.
I think it's like
170.
Said he's not going to look at his hand. $171.
Let's gamble.
He's going to call blind. Wow, Attila makes a $171 blind call with 9-3 off.
170.
Oh my God. Wow, everybody is just playing nuts tonight.
Hope I miss it all.
This is becoming
I was on the
insane.
No, I promised you, Jamie, I won't look at the queen ten.
Okay, tu promets.
It was
Ouais, tu
you,
promets.
Jamie.
Tu promets. Oh, okay, good. You tell it.
But over here,
Je te
between
vais
brothers, it's okay.
Peter in the chat saying it's like they're a full moon or something. Yeah, there's something going on
Well,
tonight.
I need it from to go to this spot, so that's why I guess I could have.
We're getting the side pot all figured out here just to make sure everything is organized.
Okay, and this was. I want to make sure this is right here. 39. Okay. And that goes. Yeah, that goes.
Can I get my straddle back?
What? All right. So
Here we go. Let's take a look at this flop. $491 pot. All in a pre-flop. Jamie ends up hitting a pair of fives here. And 2 pair for Jamie. Jamie's going to take the main pot.
Tony has the name.
I'd say
or,
so.
yeah. Okay.
And Tony with the king high looks like he's going to take the other pot.
Oh,
Oh,
four. Oh.
Jamie.
Yes, sir. Some pretty handy.
Wow.
He went blind?
We all did.
Oh my goodness. Lorraine still the biggest stack. 719. Fabian 492. After that pot now, Jamie just picked up a $411 pot.
I don't even remember what I folded.
Wow. What is going on with this cash game? We're definitely seeing some action, some entertaining action for the viewers, that's for sure. You know, as we said, Peter said in the chat, you know, it's their full moon. Maybe we use some CBD oil in that popcorn. Yeah, I don't know. Corms is a bit shocked as well. Said, what did I just witness?
Yeah.
Wow, guys are just throwing around money tonight. It is, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. We'll have to maybe do some interviews with the players, see what the hell's going on. People just certainly have come to play. Richard certainly playing the correct game here, saying tight is right in a game like this, especially where people are going blind. Pretty much just want premium hands, putting it all in.
$20. Call.
It's my last time.
None of the bets are getting respected here. Brian raising to $20 gets 2 callers. Jamie with the 10-9 suited. Fabian with queen 4.
That's right.
Announces that it's his last hand. Or he's gonna might wait a couple more hands.
That is 30.
$30 bet from Fabian, hitting the queen.
And it's your time, you do what you want.
I still have 5 minutes, I guess.
Heads up. Fabian.
Fabian now still with the pair of queens and the best hand versus Brian. Brian only running to 1 out. The 6 of clubs, the only one left in the deck. Fabian with the best hand here, $124. Now hitting 2 pair on the river. Firing out a little $45 bet. Trying to get Brian to call. It's actually a good sized bet. Somebody trying to call an ace here. Thinking they might be good. So I like that bet from Fabian.
There's 3
He's
guys
building
all
up
blind
the
for over 100.
chip stacks.
You run around there, two pair.
Seb saying in the chat, said it's called all-out poker. They play right. Yeah, it's true. It is all-out poker, right? Let's just play all-in poker.
He didn't start it.
Pre-flop blind. Definitely a wild cash game tonight. Denise, it's either just limping all around or just all-in blind. Yeah, it's like one extreme or the other. I'm going to agree with Denise there. Tonight it's just been strange. It's been a strange game. No getting any reads on the players tonight.
Back out of that for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
They don't even know what cards they have in their hand.
I told Jamie I'm not gonna lose, so. I'm a man of my word.
I appreciate that. If you went at 9 on the river, I would have done that.
So we do have some viewers and stuff over on Twitch and stuff. Welcome to the live stream. If you guys are over on Twitch, just say hi. Trying to build up that Twitch channel.
10?
The All Out Poker live stream.
Okay, 5 players. Okay, actually, me first. Check. 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 There's 15. Fold.
Got a $15 bet from Brian with the Nintendo, the 6-4. Fabian's gonna call with the 6-2.
Fabian's first. Check.
I got very lit.
Check.
Yeah. I even got poker gods, women poker.
Right? Yeah.
Stop.
Thanks a lot.
All in. All in
Right, it's
70.
All in for Attila. Wow. Going for a bluff here. Is he gonna get the players to manage to fold? And he does. Wow, Attila with a bluff.
Yeah. I had a 6.
I had everything back then, backdoor, I had straight backdoor.
It's a great pot for Attila to pick up.
Now I got possibilities, straight possibilities.
Trying it again.
Yeah. I'm gonna steal Lorraine.
More ridiculous is how I know.
I would have called it, but you're behind me.
Decent sized chip
Oh, yeah,
stacks on the
6.
table.
Everything was
Almost
protected.
ready.
Well
I
planned.
only had a 6 also,
I know it is.
but it was my favorite hand.
What's your favorite hand?
Brian telling everybody his favorite hand at the table.
Nintendo.
Tennis bet.
Okay, here's Richard. Fold. Here's Lorraine. Call.
Positive energy, limpers. Limpa,
It's like a limp pot happening here. That's what Denise was saying in the chat. Say it's either limping all around or just all in blind. But this time we have ourselves a limp pot, $8 in the middle, a massive pot,
For you, Dave.
biggest pot of the night.
Everybody hates limpers.
Oh,
Board's pretty much all over the place.
Material for when you
I don't think anybody really has anything too strong.
and your doesn't.
Some gut shots and stuff.
Here we go. Very fun.
A very fun hand.
Yeah, the smallest pot of the night.
$80 in the pot.
2 hours in, smallest pot of the night.
Everybody making fun of my
I
commentating.
always like be as sarcastic as I can be, too, just to.
Took a $6 bet, and everybody's going to continue. There's a Jack-9 for Jamie with a runner 2 pair. $38 in the middle. Let's see what he's going to do. Corey, it looks like he's going to try to take a stab at it with the 9-2. He also has 2 pair. Very unlucky for him. A worse 2 pair compared to Jamie. So the thing about these limped pots can be very dangerous.
Anyone need a count?
Oh, sorry.
21?
I had cards.
This is
My
not-
bad.
It was a splashy pot thing. Yeah.
My bad.
Jamie is going to make the call here.
21 is the best.
21 to me?
Fold.
Jamie
bump
taking
pot?
down the 2 pair.
$5 bump pot?
I'm in. My last time.
Yeah. $5 bump pot.
Looks like they're asking for a bomb pot. As if this game hasn't been crazy enough. We're already seeing some bomb pots here. Here we go. Something different. Something different.
Yes,
Are we doing a regular hole?
See, Quorum says, my favorite hand is the winning one. But you can't win every hand. You can damn well try, though. As you can see, some of these players in the cash game tonight, all in blinds. Damn well trying to win every pot.
Yeah.
Oh. Bomb pots.
David Eagles said, what nights do you play cash and do you host tournaments? I do.
Yeah.
I don't know. Typically, I'll try to run occasionally a Friday night tournament or try to
Once in a
run
while, yeah. That's probably
a
all I
cash
would
game,
like.
but it's not really open to everybody. You basically need somebody to kind of vouch for you to get into the game. It's just kind of how I do that, run the stuff. Let's take a look at this bomb pot, $5 bomb pot pre-flop. Graphics just completely filling up the screen. Everybody involved. Let's see who flopped the best here. Attila looks like the flush draw.
Check.
Satisfied.
Where is all this equity? Attila 26% open-ended. With the flush draw. Just gonna check it. Richard fires out a $5 bet with the queen. Corey calls. He also has a queen high flush draw now on the turn with that 10 of diamonds.
Give us $5 before you go. I just put in $5.
You did. Come on, here's $5. Yeah, $5. Come on. It was right, me die.
50. Raise to 50.
A raise to 50 for Attila. Him putting some pressure on these players. Does have a fairly decent hand. Corey with most of the equity here with the queen 4. He does have the pair with the diamond flush draw. Imagine he's probably not going to go anywhere here for that $50 bet. Might be thinking if he's going to actually raise here. No, he's going to make the call. Actions to Guy with the A7. Now the pot is heads up. Remember, this was a bomb pot. There's the 8. Corey with the best hand with the queen. Attila misses his big draw on the river. This isn't called all-out poker for nothing. She's going to go for the bluff all in. Corey is going to quickly fold. Attila shows the bluff.
Yeah, the jack. Yeah.
He's all proud of himself there. I see that little smirk from Attila. Look at our VPips. Tony, top of the stack there. 80% leading the board on VPips. Everyone's hovering around the 50% mark.
Actions to Shannon. Alright, Colby and
Quickly moving into the next hand.
Skander said that they're up by
I know
I
Scanders
said
can do
that's 6. All
we knew there was gonna be able to see the 10.
fold.
He was first on the list.
Oh, I didn't boost him.
5?
6.
Well, I've got one out.
Looks like Richard and Fabian have cashed out. It's always never good seeing some of the money come off the table for people cashing out for the night, especially when you want a chance to try to win that money.
That is 16. Call. Fold. Fold.
I'll fold.
Fold. Fold.
$16 bet from Jamie with the 2 pair here. Brian is going to continue. Ooh, that's a gross card. Brian actually hitting his 2 pair now, but Jamie has the better 2 pair with the A7. Jamie just trying to get some value out of Brian here now. $35 bet.
Raise.
Brian is going to re-raise, thinking he's good.
105.
Jamie shoving all in here.
76.
Brian putting it all in. Wow, we got ourselves an all-in situation. Ace-7 versus Jack-9. Brian does not, his two pairs, no good against Jamie's larger two pair with the Ace-7. $517 pot headed Jamie's way. Wow, that was a big one. Certainly a big one indeed. Now, Jamie is now top stack at the table, $704. Lorraine still hovering around that $700 mark. Denise says, early day, work, night, all. Yeah, have a good night, Denise. Glad you could tune in and chat with us for a little while. So have yourself a good night. See Dave saying he's from Nova Scotia. That's not too far from us. Saying it's not like he has anyone that can vouch for him. Yeah, I don't think any of the Nova Scotia players really play here. I wouldn't really. I mean, it's just a home game, right? So I'd feel weird if they, you know, driving up all the way here to play just a little home game. So says he wants to see himself play on camera to better see how he can improve. Do you know anyone from the Saxville games? No, I don't play in the in those Saxville games or the Saxville tournaments. I more just go to the casino, the Moncton Casino. It's a $15 bet from Tony. Attila's going to call here with the Ace-6. Dave saying the Sackville Club is sponsored by KK Poker. Yeah, KK Poker has their is involved in quite a few of the poker places around. Tried to get involved in this one though, unfortunately, was not interested.
Up to me. Yep. That is
$15 bet
Oh, good, okay.
from Brian. Tony and Attila are going to tag along.
I know, but you didn't know anything.
check.
Checked on the turn. Check mark now going to Attila with the pair of sixes, ace high.
Good.
Check.
Well, I'm very happy. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Okay, all right, love you. Doing okay.
Pair of sixes.
Pair of sixes, ace high. Reluctant to flip over his hand. And it is going to be the best hand. A little $94 pot headed his way. I say a little pot. I mean, compared to the pots and stuff that have been happening tonight, you know, especially pre-flop. Every pot pre-flop has pretty much been over $100. It's been a pretty crazy night. Even with some of the players cashing out, a lot of the money is kind of pretty much stayed on the table. So it's definitely a great night of poker. Great night indeed. Dave was kind of talking about how he wants to see himself play on camera. You know, myself as well. Like, believe it or not, like, this is an incredible learning tool. And it's not so much of just learning your opponents and seeing what they're folding. It's a good way to kind of look at yourself. You know, maybe you're seeing what kind of, you know, how you're playing certain hands, or how it's like you can watch yourself in a situation of, like, what kind of tells am I giving off, or what kind of, you know, about just anything like that. It's just great. You know, if you played a hand poorly of maybe what was my opponent seeing in that situation, that made him call, and you might be able to pinpoint little things like that. It's a fantastic learning tool for the game. Jamie here with pocket kings, 3-betting to $29. Probably not going to get much action. Corey with the 9-6 suited. He's going to call. The big blind versus the under the gun straddle. Always love straddling, getting a premium hand. Wow, Corey flops a great hand. Has himself a gut shot with a flush draw. Corey checks it over to Jamie. Pair of nines now gives Corey some additional outs. Gonna check it over. Jamie's gonna play it a little bit slow. Slowing down. There is some 9 completed, a little bit of some straight draws and stuff. That jack makes it a little bit worse. Jamie checking at the kings on the river.
Brian's favorite hand.
Corey can't seem to hit any kind of draws tonight. I've seen Corey miss at least 2 flush draws, or 4. Actually, no, it's been more than that. I think I've seen him miss at least 4 flush draws tonight. Just a really unfortunate night for Corey. He's usually a pretty big winner on the stream, but tonight seems to be not going his way. We'll see if he can make a comeback. Anything can happen, especially at this table tonight where we're seeing hundreds of dollars pre-flop. It's just getting definitely a wild game. Hand number 69. Lines are $1, $1.
Call.
Brian's gonna call.
11.
That's 11. Call.
An $11 bet from Lorraine.
No. Oh, wait, 19. 14, yeah.
11, 11, 11.
So this is why it shouldn't be a deal. Nice. Let's run the tablet. This is easy as it's gonna get for me. Check, check, check.
50.
It's 50. Call. Fold.
$50 bet from Lorraine here. Brian's gonna make the call with the king 10.
Brian's first.
Non-believer.
Check. Check. Check.
I'll take
Check.
10s.
Start tens.
Yeah.
Oh, tens.
Pocket 10s for Lorraine is gonna be the best hand.
Anyone else on the queen?
Oh my god, I thought that was a queen there.
Seb,
Jack.
but I doubt Seb is gonna end up coming as well. I don't think
Looking like we're trying to get some a couple more players to see if they're going to be interested in showing up tonight. We've been streaming already for 3 hours.
He's on his way.
I've done that. I've done
Remember, we
that.
do the way we do our cash games is we started off as a max of $120 buy-in, or half the biggest stack at the table, whatever's bigger. So we see that somebody has over $700 or almost $800. Basically, the max buy-in would end up being half of that. So basically a $400 max buy-in, or 350, or I guess something like that.
Yeah, you guys were betting on that.
I know Shannon is planning on leaving around 11, so.
Yeah,
right,
so it's
that's
gonna
why-
break if it's not coming more.
Yeah, that's why.
Got a straddle in play.
Connections to Lorraine. 16 is the Fold. 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 Fold, fold. Yeah,
I'm gonna go see if there's some of that juicy popcorn that Peter was talking about. Not sure if I have any left over or not. I could definitely use a little bit of a snack. We've been streaming over 3 hours. Still have at least 2 hours left for the stream. Let me know if you guys are snacking on anything while watching the stream. Ace Queen for Guy.
Bet is 12. Fold.
Makes a big difference. One of the positions that you don't want to hold because it's $12 snap, right? So first
like we have a bet to $12. Corey's gonna call, as is Tony.
All in for
Left only.
Tony shoving all in here with the 8-6.
How long's the football season?
14 weeks.
Calvin? I don't think so, no.
That's the way the one
When's the, what is it?
Full?
usually starts in 1st of November and runs till.
Well,
Looks like Corey is gonna call here with the better top pair.
oh, perfect. Oh, perfect.
Looks like we have a couple new players joining.
8-6.
We have Skender joining the table. We have 2 open seats.
That's all right.
Get these players bought into the game.
Straddle.
And Attila
That's a bet to 10.
blind betting to 10. Attila raising
Is that blind or?
with that jacks.
Yes.
Yes.
Pretty sure he's blind. Shannon with the ace queen. Wow, we've seen some insane hands tonight. See what he's gonna do. He's going to 3-bet the $32. Wow, and Brian hitting pocket aces on the button.
52.
He's gonna re-raise to 52. I believe it does need to be 54 for this one.
Oh, yeah, we would have runs now, right?
You can see that the $100 chips are getting put into play now.
22? It went from 10.
Yeah, he can raise 50.
Yeah, it went 20 more. So
I'll take 5
52 to.
52 total?
52 to.
it's not allowing it. So it must.
32, it would have to be.
Oh, no, because my raise was
Yeah.
22.
Oh, it's 22, so it has to be
So, yeah,
54.
It has to be 54, right?
Yeah, that's why it's not allowing it. Does that work? Yeah, there you go. Okay, so it has to be 54.
$54 bet from Brian.
Sure.
We got that figured out. Pocket jacks for Attila. What a situation this is. Wow, Attila's going to call. Shannon's going to call. We got ourselves a 3-way pot here going to this flop. $166 in the middle.
Checking the dark.
I have a 25 to roll.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's the ace. Wow, that's going to be a disastrous card for Shannon hitting the top pair, where Brian has a set of aces. Very unlikely that he would have an ace after Shannon has one as well. Or has the aces.
What there?
Brian gets checked over to Brian here. Brian fires out a little $25 feeler bet. Attila is going to continue. Brian has most of the equity here, 95% to win this pot. Shannon is going to re-raise to 100. Brian puts his last bit of dollars into the pot. Now we have a side pot activated between Attila and Shannon if he decides to make the call here.
53 is
I might get lucky.
Attila has been fairly loose tonight. Let's see if he's gonna continue. And he does. He's gonna make the call here with Shannon.
Look what I started.
Gonna get the pot all started here.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Calvin joining in, getting a bag of that goodness popcorn.
7. Okay, this is a side pot.
Here we go. Let's see what develops on this turn card. Two of hearts. Doesn't change anything.
Check.
Attila's gonna check it over to Shannon. There's a little bit of a side pot between Shannon and Attila. It looks to be roughly about $100. Shannon's gonna check. Try to keep the pot a little bit small. 9 changes nothing. Now Attila. He's gonna check. Shannon firing in a bet here. $60. Trying to build up that side pot with Attila. Shannon probably feels he has the best hand versus Attila. See, Brian's got the check mark for the main pot, though. It's a big pot. $60 decision. Tilla's got to think somebody's got an ace out there. And he's going to fold the jacks. Shows the aces. Here we go. Brian picking up that nice sized pot. Shannon winning the sides pot, though. Shannon building up a stack of $406. Brian winning that $325 pot with his aces, which was the main pot. Very unlucky for Shannon spiking that ace in that spot, especially where Brian had pocket aces right behind. You know, but I mean, the cards played themselves, right? That pot played itself. You know, the three players with the best hands were involved in their pre-flop. You know, I mean, there was some three betting as well, so definitely a good sized pot. And as I said, pretty much played itself. Speaking, look at this, Attila now getting pocket jacks back to back, getting my favorite hands. Those who know, I love pocket jacks. $17 bet now from Attila to a $2 pot. Brian is going to call with the King 10. Looks like this pot's going to get heads up now between Brian and Attila. See if the jacks can work out for him now. I'm rooting for the jacks. It's a great flop for pocket jacks. Out of position to Brian, though. $36 in the middle. $25 bet. Attila, pocket jacks is going to win that one. You know, I was rooting for Attila. I said the pocket jacks. Seen it a few times tonight. I think Richard had it as well tonight. Yeah, we've seen the jacks, and jacks have, as far as I know, they've been holding up for the most part. Except that one pot that we've seen with against the aces, but that happens, that happens. So welcoming Skender and Calvin, the new players at the table, to the cash game.
Deal with it over first. First roll first.
Bet is 10.
Call. That's what I was going to raise it to.
Call.
Just enough.
Call. 4-1. Empty netter for Obi.
A little $10 bet's not getting any respect, as we've seen all night. $61 in the middle as we got 6 players headed to the
Checking
spot.
the smoke. Yes.
Checking the smoke from Calvin.
Check. It's not bad. Corey, third. Check. Check. Check.
Corey hitting top pair.
Check. Check.
Damn. Guess I should have bet. This turn's going to be bad. Alright, Jack.
Bet is 10. Call. 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 Call.
I'll give you some respect.
Check, call.
Yeah, I'll give you some respect. No, I'll give you some respect.
And the $10 bet not getting any respect. Calvin making sure the table knows that he's going to respect the bet from Skender. Tony hitting that straight. What a great card for Tony to hit on the turn as well, giving him such a big draw with the 5-2 suited. Although Guy had the better flush draw, but that 3, Tony hitting the golden card that he needed on the river. Now he has the straight and the check mark for the hand.
Actually, they are freeze-dried mango.
$15 for Tony to call.
I know, right?
Tony gonna go for a re-raise to $78. Nobody really has anything other than Corey. Not sure Corey is gonna be able to make the call here.
Freeze-dried mango, yeah. I make apples too, strawberries.
$219 in the middle.
Yeah. You have to have a freeze-dry. Like
Is it an expensive machine or what?
Yeah, pretty expensive. All his poker winnings. That's what he
Does that know to do instant coffee?
Guys are having a chat about freeze drying. They have some freeze drying mangoes. They actually gave one to Kiwi last night. Kiwi certainly enjoyed it. She munched up that freeze dried mango quite quickly.
The apples and bananas are the best. Mangoes are good. The apples.
Corey, a little bit of a decision here with just the top pair. He's wondering, is he out kicked? Did somebody hit a better 2-pair or hit a 2-pair? Certainly, Tony ends up hitting the nut straight.
He's just throwing his money this way.
Yeah.
Don't look at me that way. Hey. You've taken enough off me. Don't you stare at me. This is probably just money that you took off me. Probably evening out.
No, I mean it could be. It depends.
You made me take your money and the game's not over yet?
Corey going into the tank here.
That's bad luck. That's really bad luck.
The top pair 6 kicker.
That's me. That is me.
It's 5-3 with a minute and a half left.
It's gonna make the call.
He calls call. Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, nice river too. The best river you could hit.
Yeah, that's one. No one sees.
Okay, thank you. Tony picking up $280 there. I even got it on the live stream of you kissing the money and everything.
I hope they score 3 goals in 30 seconds.
Little bet between the players about a hockey game.
Ottawa just scored?
Yeah.
Did they really?
Fuck you, Calvin. Praying for your deuce space to come out. Just to get everybody worked up. Yeah, they did. Of course they did. Yep, for sure, man.
Betting on the hockey game. Shannon was saying that it's bad luck to give the money before the game's over.
That is 16.
If your cards don't add up to 16, should you call?
Probably not.
All right.
Brian bumping it up to $16 here. Ace Queen.
Barely add up to 2.
He is going to make the call with the Queen 9 suited.
Should have raised it.
Technically, I guess and aces only have
Pocket 7s for Skender.
Raise to 65.
He's going to re-raise
Barely.
to $65, going for the 3-bet. Skender's showing up saying, hey, listen, people, I'm here to play. Brian is going to make the call.
No, 65 is what it is, yeah. You took the wrong one in.
Only 2 is an 8.
Call.
Slap.
Alright, 3 players.
I shouldn't have. Oh, bang on. That's winner right there.
Winner, chicken dinner.
It's a great flop for Brian, hitting the top pair. Guy, unfortunately, also hits the top pair, but is out-kicked by Brian's ace. Skender, the 3-better in this pot, decides to fire out $35.
75.
Brian's gonna re-raise here.
Look all in.
Wow, and Guy's gonna shove all in. 284. It's a big bet for Brian. He only has $148 behind. Wow, we've been seeing quite a few large pots tonight.
Yeah.
And he's gonna make the call. Guy is in trouble here, looking to draw to a 9 or an 8 now. He's open-ended. He was certainly open-ended with that jack on the turn, but a king would not have helped him. A king would have given Brian a better straight with the ace. But that is going to bust Guy for the night.
I can't go to showdowns.
Yeah.
Not so much bust him. Looks like he does have a little bit behind, but now that means Brian, $679 pot for Brian.
Like it.
See the aggression frequency on this table. Everyone's hovering around the 30% mark, except Skender and Tony. Skender just joined the game, but Tony has been the top position mostly for most of this cash game, sitting at 41%.
Yeah.
Definitely some big pots, some big pots tonight. You can see all the up at the top of the screen at the table. You'll see basically the wins and the losses of some of the players. Some of the players are down, as well as some of them up quite a bit tonight. It's pretty much 50-50 across the board, but that can change in an instant with how large these pots have been.
Only a few callers.
Shannon's right. There's only a couple callers in here. $97 in the middle.
Just a few, nothing big.
We have 7 callers that called a $12 raise pre-flop.
Yeah, a lot.
Got some suited connectors and stuff in there. 2 ace-10s. There's the spades. Calvin, great flop for him. A pair and a flush draw. He does have the only spades that are in the hand.
Check.
65.
Whatever, Calvin.
Well, I mean, there was 7, 8, call it 12, 90. There's 96 in the pot. That's pretty good. Uh-oh.
All out.
Tilla announcing that he's all out.
He was going.
All out. Where the name came from. All out poker. A lot of players folding saying, I'm all out.
Get her in, bud.
Calvin showing that he's putting it all in here if anybody gets involved. And we would have seen that he would have hit nothing.
I think I seen it.
No spade draw. Didn't improve at all. Actually, the situation almost got worse with the king and the jack down on the board. Calvin managing to pick up that pot with his aggression, which is definitely a nice size pot. There was over $100 in there pre-flop.
Thanks, Brian. Much appreciated. Really buffed that pot up for me. Crazy. No, I'm just saying he beefed it up. You got a red one in there, Brian. I don't know if you know that.
Right one in your greens.
In your greens there.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome.
Better to have a green one in your reds.
Yeah, yeah. Mix them up better.
10.
Actions, Jamie. Straddle and play. Oh, good.
10.
Call. That is 10.
See if 10 scares people. 12 didn't scare anybody.
Scared me.
Well, it pissed me off today. Pickleball players came over and I had a couple of drinks with them after curling. And one of the girls was saying that
Little straddled pot. Calvin bumping up to $10 here with the 8-7 suited. See if he can do something with this hand yet again. Back-to-back 8-7 suited.
so I've been on the wait list since last
Snap.
See when he wins.
Snap calling Shannon's 3-bet here with the pocket 10s. Skender's going to call as well with the 9-4.
Once you're winning the big pot, you start to getting chatty.
Yeah.
Kind of mixed in.
It wasn't big enough, I should have had more money.
Yeah,
Okay, Shannon
but
first.
still.
Same as the one.
I like your mood, Joe, but you know.
56.
One
What's that?
against you guys, I should have had more money.
Calvin decides to fold to Shannon's continuation bet in the big blind. $56. Skender hit the pair of fours. Skender running to a 9 or a 4. He only has 4 outs. He's going to make the call. Probably thinks he has the best hand. Probably thinks Shannon has some sort of like ace, king, ace, queen draw. The king's definitely not a good card for Skender to see. It's going to certainly improve Shannon's range. See what Shannon decides to do here. $212 in the middle. A $90 bet. Skender is going to fold.
King, you get there on the turn.
Maybe.
Shannon not showing, says, you guys find out tomorrow. Not showing anything. That's always, I always like that, not showing at the table. I'm personally a player who just doesn't show his hands ever unless I have to, or it's for a reason. Maybe I'm tilting somebody or just showing a bluff in a situation that I know is gonna fuck with the way that they think of me. Excuse my language. But that's just my way of playing, and I like to play the mental game of poker. But usually that does involve me not showing my cards, so I can usually tell when people really want to see what I have in my hand, but fortunately they don't pay for it, so they don't get it, and then it just bugs them all night. So it's call it strategy, call it me being a dink, but that's it. But that's the thing about me not even being able to play on this own table. Here I am watching all of the players that play at my game, but when they play against me, it's just they always. I've seen them play. I watch them play all the time, so it's it's kind of an advantage a little bit for me when you think about it. But it's kind of part of why I don't play in my own games. There's too much for me to do, where I just run in the table and stuff. So, looking, we got a $70 pot here. Looks like all the equity is headed over to Jamie, who has Queen 10, has trip 10s on that board. Pretty much everyone running to about 1%. Here we go. It's actually a really good flop for turn card for Shannon, increasing his outs. Although he's just hit 2 pair with the 9-8, but there is a 4-card straight on the board. Jamie has the check mark here with the straight.
Check. Straight to the queen. And trip to
Yeah.
Jamie taking down that $130 pot. Probably wasn't getting any more money from Shannon though. But David Mitchell, do you take a rake or tips running the game? No, I don't actually. I can't. This game is a fully legal game, so I can't take anything. Any money that comes off the table, whether it's tips or tips for the dealer or any kind of rake, it pretty much turns any game into an illegal game, especially where a game like this is being posted on the line. That stuff, it just can't be done. Can't be done. So hopefully we can make some money through donations and doing some promotion stuff on my side. That's how I'm hoping to kind of pull out, kind of pay for all of this. It's a long-term goal. We're working our way to get there. Just pure passion. This is driven by pure passion.
Look at your card.
170. I go with 90.
Clock, fold in his hand.
Call.
59.
Get him, Lorraine. Punish him.
Wow, we got a big pot brewing here. Guy is going to shove all in blind with 3-2. Tilla's going to call with the ace queen. $59. Lorraine's going to call with the pocket sevens. Another big pot. Wow, these pots are just very big here tonight.
Good luck. Filling the pot.
Brian is going to make the call as well with the ace 9 of clubs.
59 all in.
Alright, yeah, get up. No, you're supposed to walk around the chair.
Oh, no, it doesn't work for me.
The all in blind with the ham sandwich. We'll see if the ham sandwich can pull it through.
I like it.
Wow, Tony's going to make the call with the 8-5 as well. What is going on tonight?
All right.
It's a decent sized pot for
Good luck. Big
For
pot,
Guy.
Triple up.
I hope so.
If
Not, I'm going to get some Big Mac with it.
Yeah, Big Mac, yeah.
Little Big Mac.
wow. 5 ways going to the swap. Tony hits 2 pair with the 8-5. Brian hits top pair with the ace kicker, throwing out $125. Tony's going to put it all in. $300 shoving all in. My God. Wow, what is happening? This is a 1-1 game, everybody. A 1-1 game. You feel like we were watching a game that was played on Sunday.
59 all in blind. I think that's a full.
Is that a fold?
It's been playing pretty well.
Yeah, it's been good on it.
Holy crap.
Lorraine with the pocket sevens. Kind of connected a little bit with that board. Now has a straight, but straight draw.
I know, you wouldn't have done it. I know.
We have a 3-way all in here. Tony and
Put
Guy.
ace 4 on the board.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody's 5 pots.
Ace 4.
4-6.
Queen is no help.
Wow.
Tony is going to get the check mark with the 8-5.
2 pair.
Wow.
Wow, massive pot for Tony. Now the biggest stack at the table. As I said, this could change in an instant. $897 for Tony with an 8-5 offsuit pre-flop against an all-in blind. Wow, certainly lucky indeed. It's now going to put Tony back into the green.
What'd you have, Lorraine?
What a hand that was. Brian hitting the top pair, top kicker as well. You think you might be good in a situation like that, especially against a blind all-in, but it turns out negative. Tony had the best hand with the 8-5, and the board didn't end up pairing, so
I should have
the
went
8-5 held up.
No, you wouldn't.
I swear to God, I was going for the triple up. I would have called.
Action is the Tony card.
Believe me, don't. I call it 50 with 8.
Well, yeah, 50.
$60.
50's easy. 300 is not.
Yeah, well, that's it.
You haven't seen me play tonight.
Yeah,
You know what I'm in for?
I seen you play last night too.
Exactly. So,
I got it call.
Is that a raise?
It's raised to 2, yeah.
oh, that was a straddle. I haven't looked.
It's
It's
yeah.
a raise.
After the
I need to know like before stuff's getting put in. Sorry, I didn't. That was kind of a thing that I.
It's a good raise, Tony. Don't worry.
Tony's going to bump it up to $2. Wanted to straddle, but unfortunately, we need to have the straddles in before the hands go out. Before you get your second card, just so I can make sure it's entered into the tablet so I don't have to go back. It does kind of screw around with all the cards. You know, everybody has to rescan their cards and stuff when I have to go back and try to fix something. So, Shannon here with the ham sandwich.
Check.
A 1% to win. $3 bet from Attila with the 7-6. Imagine nobody's going to fold. They haven't been folding to $10 or $12 bets pre-flop tonight. Imagine they're not going to be folding to a $3 bet. Here's the ace. Nobody has an ace.
Check. 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 Oh yeah, sorry. Sorry, I've been really tired after that big game.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It was a lot of
It
work.
was a lot of work, a lot of standing. It's not easy
Action's
getting
getting checked over to Attila. It's the 7-6.
It was 8 hours.
8 hours
It was a
standing,
solid 8
yeah.
hours. Plus they're cleaning up and stuff, cleaning up the chips, figuring out all their stuff. So it was like
Actions to Attila. Still not paying attention to the game. You got to pay attention to the game, ladies and gentlemen. Skender is going to make a $25 bet here. $25 bet with the 2 pair. See if he's going to get any action here. Attila's going to call him with the pair of 6s.
9-6.
Skender picking up a nice little pot. $79. Yeah, we certainly, we were just kind of briefly talking about the big cash game that we ended up having on Sunday that we live streamed for over 7 hours. So I think it was like 7 hours and 20 minutes. It was quite a long cash game. But it was some phenomenal poker. Probably, hands down, one of the best games I think I've ever had the opportunity to commentate for. A lot of incredible players that were playing there. A lot of just great-minded players when it comes to the game. And we were seeing quite a bit of action on that table. We were seeing thousands of dollars of pots, which was really interesting to see. And some of the biggest pots that we've ever seen on the channel happened at that stream. So big shout out to that crew who jumped into the game. Really appreciated having them over. What we're trying to do, just try to build a nice platform to be able to do some live streaming. It's been a very slow grind. Everything's been growing organically. There has been no paid advertising or anything.
Come on, get in here with your queen.
17.
Oh, my queen nine. Don't you make
So yeah, we'll find out. We'll see where the stream goes in the next few years. See how big we can build this. So I appreciate everybody joining in here tonight. See, we got 13 viewers over on YouTube. It's getting kind of late for some of the local people, so they've kind of died off. They'll probably be checking into the rest of the stream tomorrow. It's almost it's about 11:30 local time right now. But let me know if who's still in the chat. So we got 4 viewers over on Facebook.
I have not looked.
So I appreciate everybody tuning in tonight and joining us in the chat and joining us for this cash game.
That was pretty good. I did. I said I'm going to raise without
Fine, but
looking.
he doesn't tell anyone.
I said I'm going to raise without looking.
Me, when I'm blind, I tell people. They
I said I'm
know.
going to raise without looking.
See, with Calvin, did you see what was on that board? And you go, oh, go in with queen nine, Lorraine.
Yeah.
And it's 9, 9, 10 on
told
that
you.
board, baby.
You want one first?
And you probably would have lost. Because I probably would have hit the jack on the
Yeah, I
turn.
probably would've- yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Oh, yeah, I probably would have hit the jack.
Here we go, moving into the next hand. Got a little $2 straddled pot.
Raise 21.
A $21 bet here from Brian with the pocket queens, the dishwashers. Sorry for all the ladies out in the chat. That's what they call them, the dishwashers. I'm willing to bet it was a man who came up with that name.
So he's trying to win our money so he can buy him something.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, hasn't bought his gift yet. Yeah. Yeah. Why not?
Pretty nice flop for Brian. Usually you would have the best hand on a flop like that.
Taking your money.
Firing out a $30 bet. Jamie with the gut shot and backdoor nut spade draw. He's going to make the call. He's going to see one more. Wants to see a turn. There's a pair of 4s for Jamie. That does actually give him some additional outs.
Oh, yeah.
Does now have a 3 or an ace. or a 4 as an out. But we see some of those outs are actually grayed out. He only has 4 left in the deck.
Yeah, right?
7 of spades is not a card that he wants to see.
Yeah.
Brian has a check mark with the queen. Let's see if Jamie's going to believe him here. He does have a pair of 4s. He does quickly chuck it into the muck.
Our points and stuff for Superstore and bought a Switch. I was like, yeah, we're buying a Switch for the kids, but you know, I can't wait to play.
Yeah.
Brian picking up a nice pot. Everyone's hovering, has a decent amount of chips on the table. Some stacks of around, a couple stacks of around $700 and a few around the $400 mark.
Oh, not party?
So it's always nice to see a nice deep cash game. You know, we're starting to see some pretty big pots, some good ones here pre-flop.
Skender. Call.
I call.
Good. I like it. Limp pot. Here we go.
We got ourselves the biggest pot of the night, a limped pot, $6. We'll see what kind of exciting action happens on this pot.
I know. I got one right.
Lorraine has pocket 6s. She ends up nailing a set on this flop.
$6 pot. What are you thinking about?
What do you want me to bet?
Yeah. I wanted you to bet 5, but you could do it quicker.
Calvin giving Attila a little bit of a hard time to pay attention to the game.
That is 10.
Fires out a $10 bet.
Call. Call.
Lorraine with the check mark here. Has the boat. Jamie actually has the trip 5s. Terrible card for Jamie to see on the turn. It's the thing about these limped pots. They get very dangerous. Attila firing out a $15 bet with just a pair of jacks. Lorraine is going to re-raise to 30. Just a min or re-raise. Jamie is going to call the $30 bet with the 5. Lorraine is going to show the boat. The 6s. Jamie throwing his hand into the muck. Unfortunately, did not have the best hand here. That's the thing about those limped pots. Always a bit of dangerous. Looks like they want to do an Omaha hand. Always nice to change it up every once in a while.
Yellow.
Are you guys actually doing it?
Pot limit. PLO.
Pot limit Omaha for this hand.
Yeah. All right.
I like it. My bet too. All right. No, it does.
Oh, whoops. This actually goes this way. I failed to come up my finger.
Yeah, funny business is this.
Oh shoot, that one's twice. Alright.
Here we go. Pot limit Omaha. Lorraine. Pocket queens with queen 7 suited.
It's gotta be like spread out. They can't be on top of each other. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay, we're good. Oh.
Shannon pocket aces with the ace of diamonds suited with the 8. Shannon's got a fairly good hand. Tried to fire out $15, but it's pot limit, so it has to be a $4 bet.
That's why they probably do all the straddles and stuff like that, just so they can build it.
How much I can raise now?
4 times.
It's looking like Attila wants to raise. He has the king queen suited of hearts with 2 3s. See, all the kings are out in the hands though. There is 1 3 in Jamie's hand as well.
Yeah, 28. It's his call. 27 would be 28 plus 2 more for 30.
27 is in the pot.
24.
Yeah,
Plus his 4.
30 when he calls.
So it's 31.
If he wants to raise, it's pot. The pot. It's 3. He puts his 3 in.
A lot of players, we don't have too much experience playing the pot limit Omaha. It's not something that people tend to get involved in. Something I've been trying to learn myself. I'd actually like to try to dive a little bit deeper into the game. I was quite impressed with the players on Sunday. With it, I'd love to get to that kind of level.
26, yeah. Call. Raise to 75.
Shannon re-raising.
Fold. Fold.
We got a 4-bet now from Shannon. Attila 3-betting here with the king, queen, 2 threes. Basically potting it. Shannon raising to 4-betting 75 with the Lorraine calling behind Attila.
No, you're buying paid to present at that point.
It's already buying paid for, so you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Tony looking like he might want to get involved here. He does have 2 10s with the king, 2 of diamonds. Have to be worried about the ace of diamonds out there. You know, you can get your flushes cracked very quickly with the people having the nut draws. Omaha is pretty much a drawing game. You know, you really want to be drawing to the nuts most of the time here. Let's see what Tony is trying to decide here. He decides to throw it away.
Let me think about it. He's in 46.
Yeah. No, I don't like it.
Yeah, so it's 75 to you, Lorraine. He's in all in for 46. Yeah, so it's up to
Looks
you.
like Attila's going to be all in here for $46.
No?
Lorraine is going to make the correct fold here.
Suited for sure.
He had 4 aces. Shannon has 4 aces.
That's why I folded my aces. Oh no! Oh, I'm killing him.
See what's going to happen here. Shannon in great shape to win it. And Shannon is going to win it. Attila couldn't hit the last 3 that he had in the deck.
Friggin' Attila, what are you doing?
Ace is 1 suit, but I didn't know if that ace is 2 suits.
What are you doing with that? Oh.
There's Shannon's.
Shannon is going to pick up that pot. $139 pot with that all in between Attila. Always a nice fun hand with the pot limit Omaha. Let me know down in the chat how often you guys play at PLO. It's definitely a fun game. It's definitely a wild game. A lot of money gets thrown around in those type of games. Yeah, let me know what your guys' experiences are. Maybe that's typically what you guys play in your home games with PLO. I know a lot of home games tend to switch it up every once in a while. So.
I want to gamble. Yeah, for sure. If I had a better wrap, I would have gambled.
I'm still stuck in a weekend soon, so I
Yeah. No, it's a good play.
No, that's the thing, it was all black and I had red. That's why you said diamonds. I said, yeah. That's why we were getting diamonds, because I had my hand.
Jamie, I'm gonna break up 100 for
And I
him.
thought, oh, I'm double suited. I got queens, I got, oh my God.
Ah, Attila.
Straight draws and all that kind of stuff.
I would have both.
I had 9 deuce.
I had jack deuce.
Did you?
Big blind around.
Here we are. Pocket 3s for Shannon. He's just going to limp in. Under the gun. Jamie with the pocket 10s. It's going to fire out what looks to be like an $18 bet. Ace queen for Brian. Wow, we've seen some premium hands tonight. Brian is just going to call with the ace queen.
No, 98422.
18 is the bet.
Yeah, thank you.
98422. Yeah.
Tilla's going to call with the 8-6 suited.
98422.
984.
I don't know. You guys. I don't know what math you guys took.
18 is the bet.
Yeah, I didn't see that, because I would have said, oh, I have a jack too.
Call.
I would have
I got it.
Jack with 2 eyes?
Here we go. 4 players. $74 in the middle.
Diamonds underneath, queens underneath.
4-5 jack.
I had ace 5.
Jamie still with the best hand with the pocket 10s. Gonna get checked around. That ace now. Brian is gonna hit his top pair. Allowed him to catch up a little bit. Always gonna be wary of the multi-way pots. Brian is gonna fire out a $20 value bet.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. His hand was wide open.
It was like screaming time.
Shannon's.
Oh yeah, Shannon's was wild. And I still almost called even though I knew what he had.
Yeah, and I had an ace.
Call.
You want greens?
Yep.
Dave, can you pass that to me, please?
Call. $20 fold. Alright, 300.
There we go. There's the 10. Wow, there would have been Jamie's. He looks disgusted with that river.
Yeah, I really should.
Would have hit the trip 10s on the river.
Yeah, I know that flop is gonna be juicy.
Well, that's like $5.
Jamie is definitely upset with himself there for not calling with the 10s. Very disappointed. That would have picked up a nice little good-sized pot with the trip 10s on the river. But unfortunately, Brian's ace ended up winning that one. He might have even got some value from Brian. Might have even got it all in between them. Would have been interesting. We got, see, YouTube views are starting to pick up a little bit more. We got 16 viewers over on YouTube. Welcome. Probably some more people from different time zones. I know this is typically when the Alberta crew tends to jump into the stream. So big shout out to them.
Jamie, straddle and play.
I only had 6-5.
I tried to talk him into
Pocket ace queen again for Brian. He's gonna fire out $17.
17 is the bet.
Again, some premium hands happening tonight. Seen a lot of big pots. Skender here with the 10-9 suited. He's gonna make the call.
and they're still healthy sacks.
Pocket queens for Lorraine in the small blind. She just calls. It's a bit shocking. We're actually gonna be into a 5-way pot now.
Alright, 5 players. Action to Lorraine.
Check.
Lorraine with the best hand, only 53% equity with all these players in here.
Check.
Gives them all a free card. Nobody has a king out on the board.
Check.
Check.
She's not going to be aggressive at all. She does have the best hand. Shannon deciding he's going to take a little stab at it with that pair of 7s.
35.
The hand I had ace king and the flop king, king deuce king, and Lloyd was betting into me. And I was like, well, like, let's just try to let him hang himself. And then so I called. The turn came another king, so I had quad kings. He ended up having pocket deuces. So if I had a raise on the flop, I would have got them all in. Yeah. But I missed out on that.
Lorraine is going to make the call, calling Shannon here. And now she's going to go for some aggression. $155 in the middle, throwing out $60. Shannon looks a little bit confused there, and rightfully so. I would be confused as well.
Shannon.
Everyone.
I feel bad for Shannon. I'm gonna start hoping for Shannon.
Yeah.
Nice hand, Lorraine.
Why? You don't have to get up early.
I get up tomorrow.
Decent amount of money being thrown around onto the table tonight.
When you get home and the note says no.
We've got, you know, everybody's stack is sitting around, you know, pretty deep for a 1-1 game.
And there you go. So
Maybe we'll start putting in some mandatory
exactly.
straddles or maybe a third blind at a certain
Here's-
point of the
all you
night.
gotta do is put a game on or a movie for the kid. It's his birthday. Pick whatever he wants. And
16.
16
The
is the bet.
Johnnies for Tony,
16.
$16.
And
Not
then
my
you-
favorite hand. We've seen the Johnnies a couple times tonight.
Call.
Like, happy birthday, buddy. I'm going for a nap.
Fold. Call.
He says fool. You want to get home?
Oh, there he goes. What are you complaining about?
I'm not complaining.
Call.
Well, that's what I mean. You stay up and play poker for another couple hours.
No.
Just means as soon as you drop the kid off after the appointment, you go to bed. Come on. Don't be sordid.
Wow, the Rays not getting respected by anybody. What do we have? 7 players going to this flop.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's staying. He's staying.
Tony looking to hit a set.
Okay, action to Shannon first.
Not a set.
Check. 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 Check.
Check.
Everybody checking around. 112 in the middle. That ace is not going to make the situation any better. Corey has now hit the flush with the 8-3 suited.
Check. Check. Check.
Going to play it slow. Shannon does have the king of clubs here. Calvin just saying, I'm done. I fold. I'm not wasting any more time. He hits a pair of tens on the river, but it's not good.
My hand definitely don't
Yeah, there's no way I'm winning anything.
It's like the card is having a hard time reading.
Yeah, no card. Oh, I might have screwed up. Did I screw it up?
No. No, it's a 10 of diamonds. Might have gone. Let's see. That is 42.
$42 bet from Shannon with the straight.
For 51.
62. 62.
Good eyes.
I'm trying, man. People don't want to
You have
listen to me.
4 eyes and people don't believe you.
I know. I got 4 eyes. I can see 4 different things, and
Yeah.
people still think I'm wrong.
I see everything.
Oh yeah. Waiting for his moment. Nice hands.
Corey winning a nice size pot, $236 with the 8-3 of clubs.
Nice hand, Corey. You're
Shannon
back
hit the
today.
straight on the river. Unfortunately, Corey just happened to have it there. That's the one thing about multi-way pots, remember. You know, it's just usually it's just best just assume that they got there, especially when there's you know, there's so many players into the pot. You know, you see hands like what Corey had there with the 8-3, just kind of ended up hitting the flush. Just had it right. But I mean, there was so much money in the middle too, with that money building up. I think it was what, $16 pre-flop if I remember correctly. 7 callers pre-flop, just wild. Definitely an you know, raises are not being respected pre-flop at this table tonight. That's extremely clear. But let's see what it can makes the pots nice. You know, can definitely pick up some nice pots if you end up on a nice little hot run. Here we go. We're moving into hand number 88.
Fold. Call. Call.
Wow.
That is 12. Call. Fold. Fold. Right, 5 players.
Check after those two check.
Check. Check. Check. That is 20. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Oh, 20. What's the turn bet gonna be? It might determine my.
Attila with the pocket sevens, firing out a little $20 bet. Calvin's gonna fold. Attila's gonna pick up that pot. Calvin ended up hitting open-ended on the turn.
What the hell happened at the casino there on Friday?
Look at our top chip stacks here. Lorraine, 878, 860 for Tony, 643 for Jamie, 489 for Brian.
Buttons on you, Corey. Yeah.
Wouldn't these stacks are the size of stacks that you typically see in like maybe a 1-3 game. You know, it's hard to believe this is a 1-1 game.
Come on over.
But that is that.
I'm getting tired.
I'm here to chip manage.
Move into the next hand.
Getting tired.
Did you show him every time?
Tony Straddle.
You getting tired, Tony? What's going on?
That's what I was hoping for, because I had like people going all in, and I thought.
Ace Queen suited for Attila. Calvin's gonna bump it up to $10 here with Ace 8 off.
It was almost quite
30.
30. What's that?
Attila's gonna re-raise to 30.
Oh, are you sure?
I like this bet from Attila. It's gonna hopefully isolate a little bit, but no. Skender is gonna make the call here with the pocket fives. Shannon's gonna make the call
In 9 hours.
with the 9-8 suited. As I said, the raises are just not getting respected whatsoever tonight.
Look at that.
People are here to play.
The other table, right?
Yeah, that, on Saturday, but Friday you hit quads a couple of times too.
No, that was the night. That was the night I had quads full time.
Well, I saw you hit quads twice.
Yeah, action to Brian. Check.
Good.
Check.
Only.
And you got paid for
All in?
2 times that I saw.
Says
you.
281.
Paid.
Attila shoving all in here with 2 overcards and the flush draw, the nut flush draw. Skender
That's
281. All in.
No.
Skender being put into a spot here with the pocket fives. Wondering maybe Attila did 3-bet pre-flop. Skender might be wondering, does he have a better pocket pair? Has some sort of overpair.
Yeah, but I played twice. I should have
Brian with the pair of threes.
Playground, the hands are crazy there.
It was suited, I was in, but it's not suited.
Calvin's gonna fold as well. Seen the king would have came down on the turn, and Brian actually would have hit 2 pair.
It was last year, April last year.
Yeah, they're still gonna continue to count.
Viva l'amore.
They are. They're not going to close the poker room.
It's only been 3 nights now.
They talked about it, but they won't. Because if they do, then it will open the opportunity for someone else to take it over.
Yeah, I don't think they'll close it completely, because if they do, they have to give up the license for it, and they don't wanna give up the license to give it to someone else.
That is accurate.
Oh, there's only one license allowed? Like, can't someone else get a license?
The government will only issue 1 license.
Like a casino, I guess.
Per
a casino
year.
type license.
Straddle and
Seems
play.
not fair.
It does, doesn't it?
Talking about
Government regulated.
talking about the casino and opening up another local poker room here. You know, where poker players unfortunately haven't been happy with some of the local poker games and stuff that have been happening. Not so much the home games, but just the establishments that are running the poker games.
Doesn't even operate on the 3
It would take someone
There's
with deep
not enough
pockets to
stuff
have
for
to allow it.
players, unfortunately.
Someone like, if Robert Irving went to them and said, I want to open up a poker room,
Yeah.
he'd get a poker.
Pocket 8s for Skender, bumping up to $15. Corey and Kelvin are going to call. Fairly good flop for Skender.
Skender?
You build it up too slow.
Yeah.
That is $15.
That is 15. Hey, at least it's near a beach. You can get a nice hotel or something there.
You build it in St. John so you can play every day. That's what I would do.
On the boardwalk, get
Build it in
lost.
St. John so I can play every day.
That'd be nice, eh?
Yeah.
Casino,
Where Irving's are basically
Pick up.
water. Yeah, that'd be nice. I almost moved, we almost moved.
Check.
Skender's a little bit worried about that ace coming down now. Rightfully so. Corey ended up spiking that ace. Gonna play it a little bit slow, a little bit tricky. Maybe you want Skender to throw another bet on the river.
Bet is 35. And the call.
Pair of eights.
Ace. That's the ace.
We got lucky this time. We went a little bit further.
Yeah, one thing that can be done though is bars can actually get a yearly license to run poker tournaments.
Oh.
Yeah, but 15% of it has to go to like a charity, and then, or I think something like that anyway. No, I can't.
No, he mentioned it to me, that's all. I said that I'd see you and that I talked to you.
He knows that.
I don't need to know the story, but I'm just trying to help you out, that's all.
Yeah, I know, but I know you did. You probably don't.
Here we go. We got a straddle in play.
I'm just trying to help you out if I can steer players away.
Call.
Sounds like it might be a good story.
Hold. Hold.
Gonna get folded around to Tony in the small blind with the ace-8.
That sounded so painful.
It was, I'm 16.
Calvin bumping it up to $16. Attila waking up with ace-king under the gun straddle, has position. If you can just get Lorraine out of the hand.
52.
Gonna re-raise 3-betting to 52. Lorraine is gonna fold. It's gonna give Attila the position over Tony and Kelvin in this hand.
I got this asshole beat, but I don't know if I got you beat. I gotta have both of you beat to call, shouldn't I? That would make sense to try and have the best hand.
Tony here with the ace-8. All in for Kelvin, $194 with Jack-10. Attila quickly calls.
Went up and down.
All in situation. There's the ace.
You're good. Yeah,
Ace king.
you're good. 2 hearts.
I was right, I had ace nine, I had you beat, but I didn't.
You didn't have me beat.
I didn't, oh, I thought I did.
Yeah, that's why you're not gonna call, I'm not gonna call, I call the 716. You're not gonna-
There we go. Looks like Attila's back up $630 now after that win against Calvin. $200 pot pre-flop.
No,
That's
just knew it was
Yeah.
coming.
Wow, that was so painful watching.
Attila is now in the green up at the top, along with Lorraine, Jamie, and Tony.
Well, I was gonna go to 16.
Dave's
I had
favorite
king
hand.
five, king
Pocket
five,
jacks?
five,
Yes,
right?
sir.
That's what
That's what Calvin
See the 16s.
Attila believed that Calvin had my favorite hand, the pocket Johnnies.
this time, but most times he's winning. I mean, it's the first time I'm winning against Calvin.
Ace, king, kings, ace, queens.
What lucky.
I didn't like kings.
Right, Colin?
Ah, it was a nice turn.
These.
Well, that's why you go all in with ace king, you get to see all 5 cards.
Should have just
That's
called and
equalizer
seen the
against
flop.
pairs.
Fold.
I don't think he called the
That's
flop
3.
for 160.
Shannon bumping it up to $3 here.
$3 is the bet. Raise 7.
Tony was upset.
There's one in every group. We can get out of this.
Call. Are you?
We still get out of this.
You're right. You're right. I don't think I want
Attila pocket nines. It's been 3-betting quite a bit here, getting some premium hands. I'm loving seeing the 3-betting here from Attila. It's actually a 4-bet, I guess. I forgot Shannon
Tilt.
kind of threw that $3 bet out there.
Calvin, you're always tilting.
4-bet from Attila.
Check in the dark.
Still 4 ways. Tony spiking the ace here.
25.
That's 25.
Corey with the queen high flush draw.
What? No, you're not.
Calvin flopping the straight with the 4-3. Very lucky for Calvin. Just got to try to avoid a diamond here.
80.
This pot is going to get juicy. Calvin re-raising to $80. Going to put Attila in a tough spot with the 9s. He's going to let it go. Corey with the queen 6 of diamonds. Almost the nut draw. The ace of diamonds out on the board. Only the king of diamonds really to be worried about for the diamond draw. Is he going to want to chase it? $242 in the middle. Corey is going to make the call. Tony with the ace 10, kind of getting an eye of stacks. Tony in a bit of a decision here with top pair 10 kicker. A little bit worried with Calvin's re-raise. Tony is going to make the correct laydown.
He called. I'm just putting my money in before the turn.
Just hold back for a second.
Yeah. Pull the 20 back. It's good.
Okay, I'll take
No, that's okay. 80. Yeah. Just
to. I
take.
promise I'll let you take my money.
Did you get
Yeah,
your,
next
did you
time.
get your 20?
Yeah, I got 20 back. Yeah. So it's
See you later. That's really confusing.
55. I got the nuts.
Calvin showing the 4-3 of clubs. Corey looking for that diamond. Can Corey hit one flush tonight? No, negative. Corey missing all of his draws tonight. Cannot make it happen.
Down.
What a fold, Tony. What a fold. What a. I can't even have words.
Hold the big ace.
Tone fold.
What a pot indeed. Calvin picking up some chips, finally getting a little bit of some hands here in this cash game. He's actually up money now. He's in the green, as we can see up the top, up $55. Attila up 157. Jamie up 364, and Lorraine, the big winner so far tonight, $436.
Just for you.
We're moving into the next hand. Hand number 93.
Yeah. I should have waited to the turn to make my move. Cool. I get your money too.
Yeah, you just called it 25.
Oh yeah, he hits the
He
boat
just
in
got
the river.
21.
You want to take him on. That's true. He would have hit the
What a
boat
dumb
on the river. That's right.
dumb.
Yeah, you would have won. Tilt.
Yeah. Well, excusable. It's excusable. That's mountain poker, I guess.
Right? Oh, there you had. There was 3 callers, and I was the next one. Why not?
$89 in the middle here. Pocket 8s for Corey. 9-8 for Jamie.
That's, 4 to 1 on my
Brian
money
with the
for
ace
a call.
jack.
Let's see a flop and nailed
Gonna get
it.
checked around to the turn.
Stupid.
Nobody has any spade draws or diamond draws out there.
Richard never would have played that hand. This must have been his seat. Was this Richard's seat?
No, Richard was here.
Richard was there.
Andrew's got Richard's seat. He actually played sixes like it was aces, and it paid off on him. He had a 6 on the river. Made a big pot. I definitely wasn't expecting him to turn over sixes the way he played it.
Skender and Jamie now. Jamie hitting the trip 9s. Skender wondering if he wants to try to take a stab at it. He's just going to let it go. Check. Jamie a little bit worried about the backdoor flush. Probably wouldn't have won anything from Skender anyway. He was definitely a little bit scared of the backdoor.
5 bluffs to his night, because everyone's gonna believe his bluffs, right? So
Well, that's it.
That's the thing.
Well,
He just
that's,
has,
I
but he has to
forwarded
just
him.
pick the right time to
pick
bluff.
the right time to do it. Yeah.
He had the ace queen, he bluffed me.
You gotta set it up and then knock it down.
Everybody seems to be enjoying the popcorn tonight. I don't love that popcorn. I actually love it too. We have on the Amazon store, as you can see, Nightbot actually just kind of shares the links occasionally into the chats. You guys can go check out the Amazon store. All Out Poker has all the poker accessories and stuff that we use on the live stream. You guys can see a lot of wires, some of the cameras, some of the live streaming equipment, as well as poker accessories. A lot of stuff that I have in the poker room is on that store. It's an affiliate store, so basically I just get a nice little kickback if you guys end up purchase anything. But you guys can check that out. Nightbot will be sharing that probably soon here. Should be some links and stuff in the description.
He's got the basics.
Raised to $18 with ace queen from Jamie. Lorraine is going to make a call. Well as Brian and Attila. Attila hits a pair of 3s. The ace comes down for Jamie.
He needs to protect his strong hand.
Jamie also does have the nut club in his hand. 40 is the bet from Jamie.
Get all the low hands to get it.
Exactly.
And then, I mean, if the flop comes 2, 3, 6, well, it's tough for you to position, but you're heads up with someone, you bet they're going to put you on at least 10s, jacks, right? So you open it up, you give yourself an opportunity.
Shows the ace of clubs.
What a superstar. Betting an ace, flops an ace.
Yeah. Let's go.
Hand number 95. So we move into this next hand.
Listen, Mr. 3 minutes a hand, let's go.
Calvin giving Attila a little bit of a hard time about how long he takes to make his decisions. Gotta speed up the game.
Is that a raise? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You go to gym?
Extra 5.
You go to gym?
What did you say, Corey? Dave and what?
It doesn't look like
Wouldn't allow it. What's that?
it. Doesn't look like it.
He's a good guy.
He just scolded
Actually,
you on
alright.
screen, nothing too dangerous.
I would have just had the most exaggerated reaction to the pot. That's all.
Bet a little $5 bet.
The mic of like,
Lorraine with the top pair. Now with the king high club draw, $33 in the middle. Firing out a $15 bet.
You got us. You blocked us. As we were talking about.
Look at our VPIPs.
Okay.
Have an update of that. Tony, top VPIP, 73%. He's been here since the start. Brian, 66, 60% for Corey. VPIPs always a little bit high on these tables as people are playing. There's been a lot of calls pre-flop, a lot of big calls actually. You know, these pots have been pretty much $100 pre-flop every hand, which is kind of insane to think about.
Oh, cheating the system a little. I like it.
Brian, call.
Raising to 2.
Raise to 2.
Yeah. I know, right? Dangerous.
Raising to 6.
Raise to 6.
Attila, 3-betting here to $6 with the Jack-10 suited.
I don't blame him. That could pay for a McChicken meal over at McDonald's. So
It's true.
that's pretty much what it pays for me.
Jamie, 4-betting here, $16 with 5-3 of clubs.
Call. Call.
Everybody's gonna call.
Everybody loves a juice pot.
Check to the juicer.
2,
I'm
7,
checking in the dark as well.
9. Oh, Brian, we checking? Checking? Come on, Brian.
Okay, so
Yeah, you're definitely checking now.
check.
Yeah, check's good. Check to Lorraine. What a superstar.
Check. 26 is the bet.
No.
$26 bet from Brian here with the pair of sixes. Also has the 9 of hearts. Corey has already flopped the flush. About time Corey hit the flush tonight. It's been the first one for him. He's chased a lot of draws, but couldn't get there. He's just going to flat call.
Call.
Jamie's going to call. Corey just does not want to see a heart on the river or a paired board, but there it is. Definitely not a great card for Corey. Really just worried about the ace and the queen of hearts. Everybody's going to check.
Flopped it? Wow.
Jack of hearts.
Jack of hearts is good.
9.
I mean, I was kind of jamming some
I know.
Nice hand, Corey.
Especially when that came.
Corey hitting that flush.
Board pairs.
Don't have the others.
Well, it did. It had 3s up there. Yeah.
Hope everybody is doing fantastic tonight over on YouTube. I see the viewer count has been going down just a little bit. We're sitting at 12 viewers over on YouTube, but it is getting late. It is already midnight here, local time. So you know, big shout out to you guys sticking it out for this cash game. I'm glad everyone could be here. If you guys are new to the channel, you know, consider subscribing and you know, be part of the AOP community and joining our live streams.
Call.
Don't forget to also hit that like button because I would really much appreciate that. We're moving into the hand number 97.
Call. Call.
Like we're gonna have ourselves a limped pot.
Call. Check.
Go. Man. Like it. I like it.
No,
Just a nice little.
he's the one that can hit yourself.
Yeah.
Check.
That's 5.
Jack 2 for Jamie ends up flopping 2 pair. Attila ends up having top pair with a king kicker.
Check.
Skender also has a pair of 2s. 0% to win.
Call.
I don't know how that it would be a 0. Doesn't he? Oh, a 9. No, but would end up giving a better straight to Attila. It's getting late.
That's 5.
Jamie with the check mark with the Jack 2. He's just going to call the $5. Flip over the 2 pair.
Jack 2.
It's one of his favorite hands.
Golden. Didn't want to bet that? Man.
Third time, second time, third time we've had that in.
Keeping it friendly. Sucking in $5 at a time.
You could have sucked in probably 50 at a time.
No,
Building the pot.
he obviously didn't have too much.
See his hand. You could
Oh, really?
have. if he raises it to 25 on the flop, you're calling. He bets about 50, 60 on the turn, you're calling. You have a pair and you're open-ended. You got a good 80,
Moving into the next hand.
Work at the University of Moncton.
I'm glad everyone could be here. Yeah, I know it is getting late. We are winding down. We do have about 40 minutes or so left in the stream for tonight's game. So let's move into the hand number 98.
No, just poker signs.
Poker signs.
Just mathematics.
Mathematics?
That would never happen.
Poker engineering. That's it.
Good to
I
go.
know, seriously, it was like
I like my hand. Don't
remember
want
that
to get somebody
There's
first.
Brian's first.
See where this action is here. Calvin ends up having the best hand here with the 10-8, the top pair 10 kicker. That's $10. I'm gonna get rid of the riffraff. Except Tony. Tony's saying no. I'm gonna tag along. I've got a pair of sixes. See what develops on this turn. With the 9 or a 6. That actually gives him some additional outs. Now he has some straight outs.
Good.
Looking for a 7 for a straight. There's the trip 8 for Calvin.
20.
Firing out a $20 bet. Looking to get some value.
Yeah, I don't want any more money. 20.
Just a little bit more.
I don't want more than 20.
I don't want any more than 20.
Tony's gonna fold.
I just couldn't beat him, so I had to bet the river.
Oh, may your next ball cause a 7.
So far, we've seen quite a big.
Trust me,
Oh,
I
I'm to Steve.
probably 6 or 7 of those tonight. So
Glad I muted the mic just before
I
that.
had enough.
Oh, excuse me.
All out of my system.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of.
Good job, Skander.
Oh my goodness, Jesus.
I hate getting out with the big
Allergic to bullshit, I guess.
That's different.
Or bad poker playing. I don't know. Just joking. I love the players to play.
You're good.
Fingernails.
No, it's just a little.
That was a
it's like
needle from the commentator. I gotta have some fun as well.
It's not even
Well,
a
they are
chip. It's
chips.
like yeah,
Every card.
it's like a fingernail. It's like somebody rubbed it with the.
Skender here bumping up to $10 with Jack 8 suited.
Flick and they just peel a little piece off. It's alright. I don't even know which one it is, and I couldn't tell you. You can't tell.
Gonna be right back. I'm gonna go quickly blow my nose. I've been sneezing like crazy.
I like it.
Me too.
Worth $10.
4 players.
I'll check after Tony checks.
Check. Check.
Check.
Check. Check.
I'll check.
Check.
I'm gonna go 15.
That is 15. Fold.
Are there any deuces on the flop?
Are we playing fish? Go fish?
Yeah, I'm playing
Do you
go
have
fish.
any
I just
deuces?
wanted to see if there was any deuces on the flop.
Are there any deuces on the flop? No, go
Check.
fish, go fish.
I had pocket deuces.
Ah,
I
I'm
had
back.
one too.
Oh, did you?
I'm back.
Oh,
I'm back.
there's where my
I went and got some popcorn, some leftover popcorn from the popcorn machine.
Oh, that's it, they say king deuce.
I really suggest picking yourself up a popcorn machine
5.
and get yourself the
Huh?
nice salt and some oil and stuff like that. Man, this popcorn is like premium movie quality popcorn. You'll see it on the Amazon store on if Nightbot decides to share it at some point. Actually, I guess you can kind of see it on the chat on the screen.
Yeah, it's only 10.
Phenomenal stuff. Really recommend picking up one of those popcorn machines. I think it's only like $300 Canadian or something.
But we're just.
It's not
but
too
we
bad.
just said $10.
Yeah,
but you're.
Putting it out on the
I was
stream.
gonna raise it to 10 anyway, so you're just playing $10 without going to
No,
flop.
you're
Like,
taking mine like 4. Oh.
I know, but that's what I mean. I was gonna raise it to 10 anyway, so you're just seeing a flop for free
Yeah, I've seen a flop for free. There you go. It's all
for
right.
$10.
Corey, Brian, and Skender.
Oh, looks like we're gonna play some Omaha.
There we go.
Omaha bomb pot.
Skander's not even here.
I haven't heard him in the last half an hour.
To Attila.
Action to me.
Jamie has the ace king of spades, so he has the nut flush draw.
Okay.
A couple of the spades are right there. Jack 9 of spades as well as 10 7 of spades.
Check.
Lorraine check.
I checked.
Check. That's 30.
Jamie's gonna fire at a $30 bet. Looks like Brian is gonna make the call here. He does have the top set on the board. Or sorry, he's gonna re-raise to 60 with top set. See quite a bit of spades were folded. Jamie only has 6 outs. Oh, but he hits one of them. There's the nut flush for Jamie. Tables have turned. Now Brian is going to be looking for the board to pair.
No, I wouldn't have played it like you.
Jamie definitely doesn't want to see the board to pair. Jamie firing out $150 there. Brian is going to show the queens and he's going to fold.
Yeah, the nut flush.
Shows the nut flush.
That's why I got out of there. I would have hit the flush too.
When you turn the board in the river, I get a face shot.
Another one?
Button's good. Oh no, bomb pot. Button does good.
Always nice to see a nice Omaha bomb pot. Makes it kind of fun changing up the game. Let me know what you guys think about, if you guys go check out that stream that we had on Sunday. Let me know, you know, if you guys enjoyed watching it, because I'd like to do some sort of kind of mixed game, adding in some new concepts into the cash game, some nit games and stuff like that. Yeah, I think it would make it would be a little more interesting to watch, right? Seeing people fight for the nit buttons and stuff like that. So I think I'm going to start adding in maybe a new concept for that into the cash games. That whole tournament that we had, or sorry, the whole larger cash game we had on that Sunday stream, really opened my eyes up to the possibilities of playing different games and stuff. But look at this, we got Lorraine with pocket jacks bumping it up to $11. Tony with the ace-king suited on the button is just going to flat call.
This is what happened earlier in the
He's going to allow the riff-raff to get involved in here.
You only wasted like 2 seconds. Check your guard.
5 players.
Check.
Yeah, too late.
There's Lorraine hitting the set of jacks, 2 spades out on the board. Nobody's running the spades.
Bet 21. Call.
Tony is going to call Lorraine's $21 bet.
Call. Fold.
There we go. Ooh, there's completing the flush.
Check.
Check.
Tony ends up hitting the top pair with ace kicker now. Still thinks he's good.
It is 41.
$41 bet. Curious to know if he's going to be able to get Lorraine off this pot with that set of jacks. Attila looks like he's going to try to get involved. He's looking for a 10 for a straight.
120.
He's going to re-raise. Wow, Attila getting involved in here. Raising to 120, and Lorraine folds the set of jacks. Wow. This is going to... Wow, Attila's move here makes Tony fold the best hand as well. Attila showing up here to play $279.
Ace high. Button's good.
He's going to show ace high.
Nice.
The wolf flush sitting there. He's sitting there like, ah.
Wow, what a play by Attila, finding the spot for the re-raise and squeezing Lorraine and Tony out of that pot. What a play from Attila. That was quite an interesting re-raise.
Tough.
Alright. Action to Lorraine.
I never made you feel bad at all. I said tough fold.
Oh, I wouldn't have pulled that.
Call.
Yeah, right. They're not sitting here watching other people ace,
That's
king,
20.
spade,
Call.
bomb pot. Oh my, just pass.
Fold. Fold.
It's looking like we have a bet of $20 here from Tony with the king 6. Calvin's going to make the call with pocket 4s. Brian's calling with the queen 5.
Run. Check. Bet is 75.
Tony firing a $75 bet here, hitting the pair of 6s. Doesn't believe that anybody hit anything, and he's kind of correct. Calvin is going to throw away the pocket 4s. Brian going to throw that away as well. See, Tony actually would have hit 2 pair on the river. He would have hit the king. As we did a little bit of a rabbit hunt. As you don't see that on any other stream. We don't. The other streams typically don't do rabbit hunts. But here at All Out Poker, we can do what we want. Trying to run a stream for the viewers. Try to make something interesting out of the an interesting stream for you guys. So we do this for you. So thank you guys for all you who are watching. We got 11 viewers over on YouTube, 2 over on Facebook. So big shout out to you guys joining us tonight.
Call. Can you put your rubber hand?
Pocket 10s for Jamie, just gonna limp in.
It is second card, right? Not first card.
King Jack for Tony.
Second card, yeah. Yeah. It was just my mistake.
No, no, it's good. I didn't want to break rules.
No, no. Call, call.
$10 bet. Jamie's just gonna flat call. Everybody's getting involved.
12?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I got it.
Okay, good. So let's,
I thought that. I don't know why.
then,
I might be thinking too much.
burn. That was good, that was good. Good, yeah. Standard first. Check.
8-2-2. Calvin hits the king high flush draw. Pretty good flop for Jamie with the pocket 10s, but he's just gonna check it. Probably wants to see who wants to get involved here. Might be going for a re-raise. Little check raise.
That is 55.
$55 bet from Calvin. Attila hitting top pair here with Jack 8. Let's see what Jamie's gonna do here with the pocket 10s. $55 to call.
Just put it in the machine.
Kind of looks like he's going to throw it away. Wow, what? Jamie throws away the pocket 10s. What is going on? An ace and a queen. Calvin is going to pick up that pot. Wow, Jamie, it seems to, he does have the biggest stack at the table. 944. Looks like he wants to lock down that stack for the remainder of this stream. Is trying not to get involved in any big pots. Wow, a bit shocking that he folds 10s on a board like that. Yeah, wow, I don't really know what to think about that one. Calvin's king high flush draw is just going to kind of take down that pot. It's $128 in the middle. It was basically, it was just under a pot size bet, so it was a fairly large bet. Jamie just probably figured that somebody's probably playing it too, but if you hit your 10 in that spot, you know, sometimes your 10 will be just still be good, your 10s, but even if you hit your 10 there, you're pretty much going to stack anybody with a 2.
Call 17 is the bet, yes.
Don't take orders, but I don't want to give. I don't know.
Call.
You know, Tony,
Don't
want
it-
mango?
Call.
No, I'm first.
10.
Jamie?
No.
Passing around the freeze-dried mangoes that Attila brought to the game.
No thanks, honey.
Some nice little snacks.
No, that's okay. You can go get some.
I don't know, everybody was raving for it.
I don't know.
Even the bird really enjoyed it.
He would love those.
65.
Mango fruit?
She might take it, maybe. Yeah, it's hard to say.
I think she might get
Might be hard on her
Looks
teeth,
like
on her beak, though, they're a little tough.
Tilla's gonna go give Kiwi a little bit of a mango fruit, freeze dried mango fruit. I'm sure the bird will absolutely devour that. She does like anything crunchy. Ourselves an all-in. Brian shoving all in here with the ace-7 2 pair. Calvin, unfortunately, the jack kicker is no good.
Kiwi took it?
Yeah, he called it beef.
Oh, that looks delicious, thank you.
Wow, that was a fairly big pot between Brian and Calvin. Brian now sitting at $486 in his stack.
It's the best way to kill the bird, night?
Yeah. No, she's fine.
Fairly good thing. Brian is still trying to creep up into the green. We just have Jamie up $649. Lorraine is up $383. Attila $260 for this game.
She loves it fine, eh?
She loves anything crunchy. Pizza is her big thing. She's always asking for pizza. She loves like the crust and stuff.
Who, bird?
Yeah.
My cat likes spaghetti.
Straddle in play. Yep.
I got a weird Italian cat, she likes spaghetti.
It's like a $2 straddle.
It's to Skender and straddle in
She
play.
likes the sauce, so we got the sauce.
Raise to 10.
Raised to $10 here from Skender with the ace-5 in the cutoff.
$10 is the bet.
Capiche.
Call. Call.
Corey is going to make the call
Brian, that's your
with the ace-10.
Oh, capisce, oh, you mean Italiano, Italiano.
call. Call.
Saragù.
Till it, $10.
$10? Yeah.
Italiano.
Italiano vero.
Oui, oui, yeah.
Alright,
Si, 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 si.
6 players.
Sono
I'm part
uno
Italian, part
italiano
French.
vero.
I'm part Italian, part French.
Check.
Corey's going to check.
Check.
Everybody's checking around to Attila. Skender's going to check as well. This big multi-way pot, $60 in the middle.
From Gaspé, originally, and then,
25.
Italian side is from Sicily and, Northern Ontario, Northern Ontario.
So you are a mobster's daughter?
Yes, actually, I am.
You're a Corleone?
No, Constantino.
Constantino.
Constantino, wait. Yep, yes. Yeah, like Constantino's up here, like, Greek
9 on the river.
Check.
family down, Boston or whatever.
Calvin bumping up $75. Really going for a big bluff here. Corey has the 10-9 and he's going to fold. Calvin is going to win that one. Lots of bluffing so far at this end of the night. Calvin, aggression frequency, 41%.
Yeah.
Hasn't been here for as many hands as Tony has. Tony is sitting at 38% for an aggression frequency.
Yeah.
Been a fairly aggressive stream. We've seen a lot of crazy pots and a lot of huge pots, bigger than we typically see from our 1-1 games. But this has been there's been a ton of multi-way pots. There's been like 6 or 7 people calling $12 bets pre-flop in the 1-1 game. It's getting pretty nuts. People are getting stacked.
From northern part, and that's where they say they get like green eyes.
Call.
Tony is gonna flat call here with the $1.
You're like my brother.
Bet is 15.
You got a garden, skin stuff like that.
Call.
Fair.
Call.
So you should,
Call.
That's a fast play. That's how I like it.
Another, this is what we were just saying. Raised to $15. We have 5 players going to this flop.
I was taught young how to cook too. That was one of the things I had to grow up. An Italian family.
45.
My father was French.
Fold. Fold.
So we were
Call.
Italian.
Raise.
Wow.
What the?
Brian bets $45. Attila calls. Jamie shoves all in here with top 2 pair, putting maximum pressure on these players. Brian with the ace 10. Top pair, top kicker. Brian $416 behind. Really in a tough spot here. Jamie's putting him in a weird spot. Attila's open-ended with the queen jack.
Oh, I had 7. He had trips.
Brian all in to call.
Well, he caught the trips when the 5 turned, but it was 5 trips when he rolled. Because I had 3 sevens and I hit the 4. So he was all in.
He's gonna fold.
Can't call you 5-10. Fuck's sakes.
Attila's upset. He wanted to continue, but he's gonna fold. Jamie making the correct move. The 4 of diamonds, the 8 of diamonds. Look at that. Attila would have got there with the straight on the river. Good on Jamie putting pressure on those players.
This last round?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, 'cause
It's looking like we're going to do one more round for the button.
Midnight now.
midnight now.
Midnight.
Midnight, last round. Last call for alcohol.
All for alcohol.
Let's sleep tonight.
Straddle and play.
Not very much sleep tonight. Sleep today.
That's for sure.
You should not call it.
You can't take
Straddle and play from Calvin.
Yeah.
Attila has the 9-8 suited.
money on fire. You can't.
Call.
Call, fold, fold.
I would have been with an ace on the river.
Yes.
See you tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah,
That's
he
why,
wrapped,
but that's why I didn't want to see it. If you're gonna chase, I want you to pay for it.
Got ourselves a little limped pot. $10 in the middle.
Bet in your hands, Tony.
Haven't seen too many limp pots tonight, but we have seen a lot of big multi-ways.
Check.
Good.
Check.
Again, even the limped pots got pretty dangerous and got pretty big.
Check.
Players were just not folding tonight.
Close. Close. Check.
Tony ends up hitting a 9-high flush draw on the turn.
It would have been a 4 of hearts. That would have been called.
Brian has the best hand here with the pair of jacks.
Fold. Call. Call.
I like it like that. I like
Oh, 2 pair for Brian. Great river card for him.
Check.
Quarter.
Calvin throwing out $25. Brian's going to flat call.
Nice river.
Brian picking up a nice little $90 pot.
Last hand was?
Ah. No, another round.
Last round,
A
yeah.
6.
Few more hands to
You're not
go.
calling the river with just a jack.
I hope all of you guys have been enjoying this stream.
So
I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. We're just winding down for the last couple hands. There are some big stacks out there.
Yes.
You might see somebody get stacked.
I waited all
That would be pretty sick. Always last hand of the night. Some people that are down don't like to leave down, and we'll just, you know, I want to be up for the rest of the night. Let me put in this $800 here.
Call.
Double me up.
Call. That is 22.
waste of $2.
Corey with the Johnnies. My favorite hand, raising to $22.
Call. Fold. Alright, heads up. Let's do first. Check. That is 15.
yeah, that one
Tip
right
for the
under.
dealer.
Yeah, big tip for the dealer. Good tip.
Corey's going to win that one with the Johnnies. See Jamie now with his stack 1.1K after winning that big pot with the 10-9. It's the biggest stack at the table. Lorraine,
There's like a
821.
button on there now.
Jamie so far the big
Yeah,
winner
no,
at this
it's like
cash
It's
game.
like right in the chat where you
Yeah,
type in
it's
your
a
chat.
little
It's like
sign,
right there.
you know, a little
It's like the same button like
like a
here
little
where you
dollar
put
sign, I
in
think, or something, and you press it. I don't know, does it automatically, you have to do
Can you see that on the
the
phone?
bank, or does it go like?
Gives you an option.
Okay, 'cause
It's
I was gonna say-
it's something in my streaming
Well, that's what
software.
I'm saying,
I have like a bot that
yeah, PayPal,
announces
credit
it
card, or-
into the video when somebody tips it. So it looks like we have a straddle in play. Action is to Lorraine. He's gonna limp in.
You okay?
Everyone's gonna limp in.
Huh?
Everybody's getting a little tired. Tony looks like to be feeling it. Tillo is saying, "Wake up, Tony."
We haven't had his.
And he is. He's going to fire out $27 into this pot with the ace-10 suited on the button.
Yeah, and he won with it.
We have
He's certainly woken up. Woken up with a hand, that is.
in a long time.
Call.
Yeah.
Fold.
Corey is going to make the call.
Call.
That's it.
$2.
Looks like we're going to try to catch up here. We had a little bit of a mistake. Try to get this pot correct. $114 in the pot.
Banter first. Check. Check.
Corey checks.
Check.
Going over all the way to Tony with the ace-10. I forget what Corey had, actually. Let me know in the chat if you remember. I'll have to get him to kind of wipe his hand over the sensor again. This is the problem with going back on the tablet, which is kind of why what we were mentioning about straddles earlier. $50 bet from Tony.
Don't flip up the card though.
No, I'm not gonna flip it.
He's gonna call. Brian's gonna call as well. Brian's looking for that gut shot. $264 in the middle. Wow, everybody's chasing. Nobody is folding tonight.
Yeah, the cards are getting old. These are the longest cards that have ever lasted.
Lasted this long, yeah.
Lasted a really long time. But it's because I've been swapping those with the deck that
That's pretty
that
expensive, eh?
All in for Corey.
Good luck on it.
135.
200 US now.
Something, yeah. Expensive.
Oh, it's that.
And there's nowhere else
Some
to
of them,
buy them?
I had one deck that didn't even last 4 hands. The card went.
And you can't buy them anywhere else?
I can, yeah, in China. I'm actually talking to a manufacturer right now. Yeah, 135. Yeah, so it'll be
Corey
cheap.
shoving all in,
Yeah.
putting Tony in a bit of a tough spot.
Get about 20 decks from China.
135 is a pretty big pot out there. 2 flush draws.
Probably.
Certainly not the one that Tony has.
Tariff.
Saying that Tony is the one who's actually behind here, so Corey must have hit something pretty big. Saying that Tony has 4 outs.
No, you can.
Not sure why the graphics aren't showing it.
I couldn't see it. You don't worry about that.
Well done, Master Wayne.
Yeah.
Well done, Master.
Yeah. Yo.
You're only gonna get 7 decks for 12.
200 US is when Poker Go bought the whole system and stuff. I got it for like.
Wow, Tony's going to make the call.
King Queen.
King Queen for Corey.
Kings and 2.
Corey is going to get the check mark with the King Queen. I'm not sure, again, why the graphics aren't showing.
Button's good.
But Corey is going to win that one with the King Queen.
135.
16. 34. He had 134. He made 150. Button's good.
Nice hand.
I'm gonna work on my mental math skills.
That was a pretty decent sized pot for Corey. Corey managed to pick up that one with the King Queen. I actually forgot what he had in his hand. I'm pretty sure the sensor showed it at one point. I just forgot.
You're fine.
Um,
Nobody's gonna know. Until
But yeah, hitting that top pair, Tony ended up paying him off on the
I put it
river.
away and then I
Corey's a tough player. I mean, he can, you know, when he's shoving in a spot like that, he could be bluffing.
go through it later.
So Tony making that call and going with his gut and going with his read. Unfortunately, it was the wrong one for that hand.
Calvin just fixed it with nail polish.
Move into the next hand here.
Nailed it up.
Alright, action to Lorraine.
Hammer.
Your small blind.
8-7 suited for Lorraine. Ace King suited for Corey.
Call. Fold.
Corey limping in with the ace king suited.
Call. Fold.
Can't even play my butt.
Check.
How bad is your hand?
I know, right?
Everybody's
bad
getting
it was.
involved here. A $5 pot. Corey in here with ace king suited.
Yeah.
Lorraine
Still
flopping
there.
flush draw. Corey hitting the ace here. Might be able to get some value. Oh, it gets checked around on that flop. Now there's a flush draw for Attila. He's caught up.
Check. Check.
And then now.
Check.
Everybody's checking around. What is going on? There's the club. Lorraine has hit her club draw.
Check.
Check. That is 5.
Skender bets $5. Lorraine calls the $5.
I have a jack.
Everybody's playing strange for this last little bit.
Button's good.
How is that pot a $25 pot? I don't understand.
No one's betting
For
them.
nothing.
Look at our B-pips tonight. Everybody's hovering around the 50% mark, except Tony. Tony's retained his top spot at 72%. 72%.
$25 bomb pot.
$25 bomb, but yeah.
Just can do it all watch.
Everyone's asking for a $25 bomb pot.
Anyone want in?
That's actually here.
Not everybody wants to do a $25 bomb pot.
10.
Lorraine still isn't. No, not if Lorraine too.
You're down, eh?
Rattle and slay.
I'm getting tired.
Not a
Brian,
problem.
Spencer. Thank you.
25 bucks.
Oh, breaks to 25.
That's why. What's the use of doing it if he's gonna do it anyways, right?
Yeah, but you beat
This way I don't have to play it.
$75 for Calvin 3-betting here with ace king. Finally starting to see some aggressive action.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Just gonna get raised 25.
Let's go.
So I at least get play my cards.
Check. All in 147.
Is that your little stash over there? Your booze stash over there?
No, vitamins.
Liar. That's your vodka.
Calvin's going to be picking up that pot with the aggression.
It's my.
Here we go. We have probably about 4 more hands left.
Ginseng.
Ginseng.
Non-alcohol beer.
I still think it's just vodka. He's just lying.
No, I don't have vodka.
No.
Because it looks like a vodka. It looks like a.
You like those, are they IPA or no?
It looks
They have like
it looks
caramel
like a, it looks
taste,
like a
right?
liquor bottle.
Action, Mr. Brian.
Brian here with 10-5 of diamonds.
That is 10.
Limping in. Tony's going to fire out 10 with the queen 5.
$10. Call. Raise to 60.
It's kind of mean. I was playing that for Lorraine.
Oh my, I know what it is.
So much.
I know which one it is.
I know.
Pocket jacks for Corey.
Oh, that's a good hand.
Re-raising to
That's
60
good, man.
with the Johnnies.
Jacks again.
Oh, come on. That's it. I'm turning it over.
The Johnnies picking up that pot. I think we only have 2 more hands here. Or maybe 3 more hands.
Nope. Tony said no. I'm done.
Have the straddle in play.
No. Yeah, I am too.
Okay, we got a
I think
straddle
you're
in
tired
play.
of me.
What?
You're tired of me?
No, I never get tired of you, brother.
I was tired of you about half an hour ago.
Zing.
Still putting up with you.
Call. Hold. Hold. Call.
$2 straddle.
$2 straddle.
Call.
Tony with the ace 10.
I saw it.
Brian with the ace king, his favorite hand. Greg's over on Kick says $1, $1. Why? It's late in the night. We're actually just winding down with the last few hands. But Greg, thanks for tuning in on Kick. There hasn't been very many viewers on that. But yeah, because it's the reason why we're doing 1-1 is because no other stream will be willing to run a 1-1. You know, tries to give a different concept of a stream out here. It's hard to compete with the streaming world against some of the high stakes guys. So we're trying to bring something a little more unique to the community. But thank you, Greg, for tuning in. I've been you know, trying to build up some of the other social medias on Twitch and Kick. It's been slow growing, but we're working on it. We're working on it. Pretty established out on YouTube. So why not 1-2 or 1-3? It was just more to keep the game cheap. Truthfully, we are actually, I'm kind of considering moving it up. We actually just had a stream on Sunday where they played $1, $3, $5, $10 with tons of bomb pots and stuff like that. You might be able to see it on the Kick channel, or if not, you can check it out on YouTube. But yeah, that was a pretty big game. So it's something to, you know, we're just trying to bring a different, just a different view of the game, I guess, on the, just to into the streaming world, something unique, just kind of a home game structure. We're just located in Canada.
I hate that.
We are, you know, we're just Atlantic Canada, I guess is the best way to put it. We're from New Brunswick.
Donny most hated hand.
Just a nice little home game. Little home game stream. You know, just trying to bring something unique and stuff, something fun to the community. So, big thank you for joining us out on Kick and helping us try to build an AOP community. If you're in the poker world and stuff, you may have seen a couple things pop up on Reddit, some of the hands. So, nice, good shit. I run one in the U.S. Way to go! That's good to know. Hey, man. Try to ignore bot tricks. I don't really care if you swear. I swear all the time. If you run one in the U.S., I'd be interested in hearing which one you run in the U.S. I've, you know, running a production like this is can be quite difficult, as you would know if you're running your own. So, so yeah, yeah. Give me, let me know. I'd love to check you out. I always like checking out the other streams. Things are starting to wind down. We've been streaming for over 5 hours, commentating this game. And as things are winding down here, we see some of our big winners here. Jamie, 849 so far. That's what he's up tonight. For this 1-1 game, typically what we do for buy-ins is it's a max buy-in of $120 or half the biggest stack that's at the table. So we've seen Kelvin and Skender, two of the players that are sitting right beside me. There's Kelvin in the blue with the glasses, and Skender in the black sweater ended up buying into the game a little bit later, so they were able to buy in for half the biggest stack that was at the table. It kind of gives them, where they're joining late, they're not, you know, maxed out at $120, facing people with stacks of like 800. So. It's illegal here too, Greg. But there's no rake that comes from this, so. We're allowed in Canada. We're allowed to run rakeless games. It's legal to run home poker games.
Oh my God, this hand was crazy.
As long as the host is not directly profiting off of the game, that's kind of how the laws work here. But I understand. I kind of see where you're coming from. I know the States is pretty strict with stuff like that as well.
And he said I can't fold this on the stream.
Yeah.
Oh, they're talking about one of the big hands. We had the really big cash game playing on one of the TVs in the background. Some of the players didn't have the opportunity to watch it, so we had that playing on the big screen behind them. I'm telling you, that was a pretty wild game. Pretty wild game. It was a very good show. Probably one of the best ones that I've best live streams that we've run so far on the channel. Here we go. This is the last hand.
Yeah.
Of the night.
On purpose.
Oh, did you? Yeah.
3 minutes, right?
Yeah. I can do it, Tilla.
Attila with the ham sandwich, the 3-2.
Yeah.
If you're unfamiliar with what the ham sandwich is, that is the self-proclaimed hand name for the AOP streams. It's been kind of a 3-2 has been local sensation. Even the local casinos have been calling it the ham sandwich because of the stream. Calvin here with Ace King, bumping it up to $10.
Yeah, that was probably the only time where there was
Greg saying, I'll have to follow and check you out on YouTube. Great job. Thanks, Greg. I'm glad you can tune in. Unfortunately, you know, it is right near the end of the night, but it is what it is. But I'm glad that you can join in here right at the end of the night. I'm trying our best to kind of grow this stuff. So,
Are you feeling satisfied now, Teddy?
Greg with
Go
that
on busting
follow.
You up all night.
Big thank you for that follow over on Kick, Greg. Best of luck to you at the tables. Calvin here with 2 overcards and a gut shot, betting $15. Everyone's just going to fold, and that is going to be it, unfortunately, for the last hand of the night. Let's take a look at some of the chip stacks here tonight. Hopefully it shows it. We'll see who is the big winner. You can see Jamie's up $848, Lorraine $394 and $169. Oh, it's just going to show up our pre-flop raises. Of course, it doesn't show us the stacks, but I know Jamie was about 1.1K for a 1-1 game. It's pretty crazy. Greg says, thanks. Vegas for WSOP this summer? No. Canadians aren't probably going to be going to the States much. Not with the dollar and all the tariffs and stuff. Canadians are pretty upset. So you probably won't see us down there in a while. But that is going to be it for me tonight. So, Greg, thank you for tuning in and following over on Kick. And if you guys are tuning in over on YouTube or Facebook, consider you know, giving us a like, or even on Twitch, because we do stream on Twitch as well. You know, do us a solid and follow and like the stream. And that is going to be it for me. I am your host and commentator, Dave Frazier, signing out for tonight. Good night.